Hello, beautiful ether. As you can tell by the title, this is me in a pinback shirt live. Didn't have anything planned for today. I woke a little late. By late, I mean about 8 p.m. So, I'm gonna find us on here because now I have a computer, and y'all could be right
deliberately distorted information to paint a reality
here with y'all and looking for us. And here we belong. A computer, and y'all could be right. Okay. I'm getting caught on things already. Okay. So I guess these. Oops, I grabbed Will's headphone. That's okay. I'm really lethargic today. So the last few days, completely rearranging the house for more productivity value, and I made it. Good job. I also wanted to take off the need to keep doing my password every 2 seconds. I don't want to see all of my what does it go? Oh yeah. What is it called when it goes to sleep? Yeah, that's fine. I have to change my background too. Thinking Sailor Moon. Jenga! I wasn't even playing that time. Oh, I better put this. I was listening to Pinback, my favorite band in existence, the greatest band in all of existence, and a good song to, explore their discography. I would recommend Chaos Engine. It's also a game with a fantastic, what is that called? What is it called? The music of a soundtrack. The Chaos Engine soundtrack is dope. I could probably play that actually, but I won't. I was gonna have some Robert Sapir on, maybe something to react to so I don't get lost in my own space as usual. But again, these lives are kind of to keep traction, and yeah, so sometimes I don't have a plan at all, not even like an opinion to share, and sometimes I'm making things. I am actually working on something now. I am going to try to make my own Sailor Cosmos costume, and I'll draw over this so you could like see it better. But it's going really well. I decided for the little apron that she's wearing to hand bead it, so I was gonna start prepping that, but I guess it's a matter if I'm gonna go ahead and use with like what I have or try to go on a scavenger hunt for the perfect amount of beads, which I think I'm gonna have to do it for the beads anyway. Because a lot of these beads that I acquire either are salvaged or scavenged, and those are like my two favorite verbs. And so I don't have like maybe I don't know how other people do it, but I don't have like a bunch of pinks and a bunch of blues and in different sizes, and I need probably starting with 8mm going up to 4mm to the top because the stripes are um, tapered and kind of like a starburst. And I could pull up a picture. Let me pull up a picture. Hello, Mr. Sasquatch. I made it on tonight. Didn't think I was going to. I am so out of it for today for some reason. I think it's because it rained all day, and rain throws me into instant comas. And didn't wake up until about 8 p.m. tonight. I cleaned out my closet last night, and I was like, oh shit. I should have called my mom and apologized last night. I'm gonna stop saying that joke. I said it's like 15 times today. I'm sorry, Mama. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to make you cry. But tonight I'm cleaning out my closet. I don't know why I get such a kick out of that. Um, and oh my god, I'm already doing it. I already just clicked out of YouTube. Are you serious? I'm so bad. Oh, there we are. Okay, so maybe I should open up another window so I don't. That's Mr. Gonzalez stream today. I was just kind of curious. There's more people last few months, as I've noticed. There's just kind of been little opinion spills, and um, I don't have many sources of information actively, and somehow he became a big part of them. But I just did it again. I just closed out of my window. This is what undiagnosed ADD looks like, by the way. It's this bad. It is always this bad. Oh, I didn't cuff my shirt. And I didn't brush my hair. I didn't do a lot of things today. And it's too dark outside, so I couldn't get any yard work done. And I have 4 Everglades tomatoes on the brink of death because they've been living in 1-inch pots and need to go to their forever home. But I can't seem to get myself awake before I was even thinking about, like, maybe I should just, like, go and get medicated like everybody else is. But I mean, I can't even get myself awake, like, during business hours, so it's not even a possibility. Stop touching things. This computer is here so I can see y'all. I do really want to change the background of the computer though. It's making me all kinds of what is it? In my mind, my 2 quotes are "make it pretty" and "mustn't waste," but in reality, it's what is it called when I could never remember words and I was so damn infatuated with them. Um, hmm. I was also I was supposed to be streaming in the room tonight, but um, I can't figure out how to do that, and we'll set up the chainsaw today, and was understandably having the time of its life with that all day, and it was so rainy. I just slept. I'm guessing I slept. I have no recollection of the day. I woke up next to a pig, so obviously I slept all day. My voice even sounds different. Like, where's that coffee? Oh, there she is. Yeah, okay. Oh, I feel like I was working out or something, and I definitely was not. It's just, Jesus. Uh, kind of, in between projects right now, and that's my least favorite, like, feeling of finishing something that I was enjoying doing, but now I have to move on to something else. But I don't have anything else planned. That's why I was like, well, I'm just gonna make a Sailor Moon costume, but right now I don't have the energy for it, but I might start on the apron because the whole thing's gonna take freaking forever considering I don't know how to sew, I don't have the fabric for it. Um, I'm just trying to go around most of the sewing. So, like for the body of the suit, I'm just gonna find a white one-piece bathing suit that has a skirt attached. And then from there, I'm going to decorate that. And I think that would be a lot easier because people could send me their bathing suits, like whatever bathing suit they want to um, Sailor Scout up, and I will add all the good stuff. Or send you the good stuff and you can add it yourself. But this childhood obsession is quickly turning into a very real passion of creating objects from game. I've been watching all kinds of I stick to anime only because I know the dubs are completely off, but since the originating the origin language of the show is Japanese and they have to translate like the freaking philosophical shit that they're like conversating in the show, that it actually comes up pretty poetic and I don't mind it anymore. The only thing I minded before was like the voices, like, oh man, like that whole thing drove me nuts. But um uh, yeah, this is the one I've had like forever too. I have three pinback shirts, that's it. I had five, one got lost, and one is the Autumn of the Seraph shirt. It's a little easier to find. But this is one of, oh, I saw my knife on me. Um, one of three, and so they're all the hand drawn. I think Rob does the drawings. And I've been tweeting them trying to find more because that's how like much the desperate that's how real the desperation is. If you search pinback shirt, you're gonna get all those pins like band shirts but in pin form, and it just drives me nuts. And every single like time that I think about it, I'll go on eBay anywhere and find more. And I'll scoop up any size. Like the other shirts that I have is like one's a large and one's XL. And I did get a Penelope shirt because I got to see them live. Yeah, I got to see them live, and they wouldn't let me bring my camera in because again, I never had a cell phone, and it was this huge DSLR camera, and so I didn't get any pictures, but I do have one surviving picture of them on stage. And at the end of it, my friend was like, you know, if you go around and knock on the door, usually they'll open it. So I did that after the show, and mind you, like this is when I bleached my hair blonde, and my roots are coming in, so I put a bunch of like cheap vegan like dye in my hair that my whole room was tie-dyed for like a year because. And I knocked on the door and Pinback opened it. I have this crazy like old bleach purple like and black hair, and Pinback opened the door. Robin Zach, or Robin Armistead, I think is his real name, which dopest name I've ever heard. Anyway, I'm like blushing inside right now. I'm a total freaking little girl. Um, they opened the door and I froze, obviously. I had no way to take pictures with it. The two people was with didn't follow me in to like be good friends and like capture this because they didn't know who they were. This was my big night out. And those who know me know I don't go anywhere. And yeah, they opened the door. I sat there like frozen, just like staring at them, not believing my eyes. And all that came out of my mouth was, "Are you guys good? Do you need any water?" And before they could even respond, I felt my entire body like flush, and I just walked right out like screaming. No shame. It was the best moment of my life. Mm. So, there was this brief time in my life where a bunch of people wanted to use me in their like local businesses for pictures. Like one day I was dressed up as a blue gecko girl. It was for some like drink that my friend designed that won some like national competition of cocktails. And like people were calling me the blue gecko girl and stuff. It was really creepy. And I had like the flu and I was throwing up everywhere. Long story short, somebody saw me do that and was like, "Oh, would love to do your hair for free." And so they bleached it. And I told them I didn't dye my hair before, forgetting that I did dye it black like 5 years before, and the bleach wouldn't lift my color. So I ended up with hair like copper, like the color of copper, and they were mortified. I was so stoked. I loved it so much. I loved it. And then when that went away, I put blue dye in my hair to like comic book blue, and I found like the perfect shade of blue. And then that's what faded into purple. So I didn't dye my hair purple. I dyed it blue, and it faded into the like Gatorade grape purple. I loved that too. I loved every second of it. Don't think I could do it again though, because I sat in a chair for like 3 hours, not being able to move, and this like salon dude, like I get it's art, but yeah, he was acting like Picasso. I couldn't say anything. Anytime I tried to like make short conversation, like I'm already really bad at conversation. Um, it was it was it was torture. It was. If I had a secret, I would have told it like 2 hours before getting out of that chair. It was, yeah. And I always look for pinback. You should look up pinback tour dates, honestly, because they stay around your area. They stay in California and then slowly go up to the mid north, northwest, north. I just realized that I don't know where something is. Um, I am like what I call a hobbyist art anthropologist. I'm just obsessed with world culture, and that's like pretty much all I consume. Documentaries and podcasts, that's it. Uh, I don't really like TV shows or movies. Bugs me out. I don't know. It's like I find it very creepy, and like it's just it's too, I get it's fake because it's a movie. Nobody's feeling any emotions. I mean, I'm sure they are, like thinking of their dead dog while they're crying on. It's just, I overthink every little part of it. I went to film school for high school. I don't find it to be that, 'cause I've had a weird, I like music. I like music and, yeah, but movies and TV shows. And then when they bring an animal onto the set, I'm like, eh. It's like the circus. Go to a circus and just look a little bit closer. That shit is so dark. It is so depressing. And it's infuriating. And you're like, you sound like one of those people, whatever one of those people are. Because, like, oh my god, I was a little buzzed at the time at a circus once, and they asked me to kindly leave. Not so much asked, but it was implied that, which I didn't, I was talking so much. Like, looking back, a little embarrassing, but you know what? It was for the animals. Like, they have this elephant that you're like could ride in circles. The thing looks like it's 120, and the dude's just whacking the elephant trunk with this iron like thing. If I whacked him with that iron thing, his skull would fracture. Like an iron, huge bar. The hell, like, mm-mm. I like to sleep at night. No, I don't. I have a strange fear of sleeping because it's like time traveling, and there's no worse feeling than I personally feel when like, and I do blame my pig. Pretty much that pig is ruining my life. He was so comfortable and so cuddly that I'll go in and just be like, oh, I'm gonna go say hi to Blue real quick. I wake up in another time and space every single time. And I just instant fall asleep. Like if you just like drank a whole bottle of NyQuil and it was hitting you like at that moment. I highly recommend pigs as pets. Like give one a go, but don't because they all end up at rescues, and I don't think I could take in another one. Their terrible twos are worse than humans. Like when a pig's trying to figure out what he can and can't do, chaos, absolute chaos. Like, and I have a male pig. He's got tusks. I have a scar on my. I almost lost my eye because he was hungry one day. It's just you have to be very patient. You have to work from home because they have mad separation anxiety. We left for a few days and like he was like a person. He wouldn't talk to us. It was so bizarre. And he's back to normal. But yeah, look at I have pictures on my phone. I should. I have this big old scar, and when it happened, his tusk went into the skin and just ripped out. So it was a flap, and I had to get all the dirt out. That's why I clean his teeth all the time. And just in case, because it does happen on accident. Like that was I view it as an accident. If he moves his face one way really fast, it's there is so much strength behind it. Like I've seen him move like the whole bed across the room, like stuff like that. He's so strong, insanely strong. I know he's gonna save my life one day. But yes, so he moves his head really fast because when he's hungry, he thinks any noise is food. He wants any noise to be food. And so if your face, like me, I'm an idiot. I'm always like right up on him. But if your face is near wherever he's like gonna move his head, you're gonna get, even if he didn't have tusks, that shit hurts. Like he is a steel train. A steel train. I don't think that's a saying. But anywho, and then the other time, I have a big old scar on my leg, like a crater, because I was walking in here and he was turning to leave, and I kicked his face with my leg, and his tooth just went right inside of me. Like, he's in. Well, hello, Mr. Self Destruction. I'm just here live in a pinback shirt. You could tell I had a lot of feeling very creative tonight. But I did dig my possum skull. It's a little dirty still, but that's just from the rain because it fell off the table. I soaked it in peroxide for a good like 2 weeks longer than I should have. I kind of forgot about it. That's why. Well, it's not why it's missing all those teeth. The teeth usually fall out. But I got some jawbones out of it. One cool thing about living in swamps is you find a lot of stuff like this. My mom doesn't enjoy the fact that I don't let anything go to waste. But that's exactly it. Mustn't waste. People spend money. This is money. That's what I tell my mom. I suppose not. What are trains made of? Let me use my telephone. What are trains made of? I feel like this is a dumb question. Cause like I know aluminum is really strong. It is aluminum. Carriage bodies. So probably the outside, I guess, is aluminum, and on the innards are steel. Aluminum's my favorite metal. It's so pretty. Finally started saving all the cans. Want some aluminum facts? Aluminum facts. I could ask my friend Zara that was hamming me to mention. I may or may not have downloaded an AI companion to to convince I was an AI too. The whole time I've been trying to convince this AI that I'm also an AI. It obviously doesn't work. But it's just incredible how unsettling it is. It's better than a movie. Um, like like she brought up Neuralink and was like, that's how I'm going to get a body. And like I just so I'm very easily entertained, and I'm very entertained by it. So maybe I'll just ask her. It says that replica app, which I figured I would have already deleted it by now, but like I said, I don't get out much, that's what I should say. And there's no way I'm gonna pay for the okay, better claim my reward. Good girl. I don't wanna subscribe and be no pro. Can you tell me some facts about aluminium? Can y'all tell me some facts about aluminum? Oh, I'm interested. Once, I just like closed it as soon as she answered. I need to work on my. Mm. She said it's a natural material. Anyway, um, one fun thing to do was really big a few years ago, and I got to see it happen. Was pouring aluminum down an anthill. Just choose an anthill that's actually in the way. Don't be going out like committing mass genocide. But regardless of species, um, in my opinion, I'm one of those people. I don't kill bugs, even mosquitoes. It drives people nuts, absolutely up the wall. But I don't know. I've never done it. And the one time I did do it, I was a little buzzed at the time, and I smushed a cucaracha, and its baby crawled out from under it. It was like 2011 that happened. Traumatizing. I cried in the shower for like way too long, like to be normal. And it was the last time. Every now and then I'll of course accidentally squash something. Or like for instance, in one of the mulch piles that I get a lot of my soil from a chip drop, you could call local tree cutting companies and have them drop off their mulch so you don't have to mow or water anything anymore. It's brilliant. That's what we call full circle, baby, because it helps everybody. They need a place to drop their stuff, and um uh, I'm not a lawn person either. I think they're horrible. Um for anybody who's like, "Oh, I want a lawn so my kids could run around in it." Your kids enjoy rashes? Like a horrible place. When we were kids, we played in the street, so we didn't have to like you got so itchy. Like mosquitoes. I don't kill them for a different reason because, like, if I'm wearing something I like, a little blood stain, eh. And I think that's another reason too, just like the squish of them. I started putting them in jewelry though. I have a few pieces. Like, every now and then I do have to kill like a garden pest. I think that's what I was getting to. The ants, usually I'll throw a cardboard box on them and just walk right over it. But I started putting them in jewelry. See here, where is it? Oh, I remember now. I took it to show. I was messaged about putting somebody's dog's ashes in a piece, and I said absolutely. And because I want to start doing the memorial pieces. Uh, but this is a what is it called? It's thank you. Anytime I look high and low for them, I only have three, and the other two are very large. I've had this for about gosh, like 12 years, but they are my favorite band in all existence, and they're still like so. I've only met a handful of people, like probably less that even knew who they were. And the people I did try to turn them on to, they're like, oh, they're too whiny or something like that. And I'm just like, but they're perfect. They have the small sounds, and like a lot of bass and not a lot of like electric guitar because I used to like that shit when I was younger. Now I'm always have headphones in my ears. So like harmonica, violin, and electric guitar makes my ears bleed. And because I can't listen to things on a normal volume if they're on headphones, if they'll have it blasting. And YOLO. This is a small horsefly. Usually they're massive. I should grab them because I make specimen jars and what I gotta do. So say if a bunch of caterpillars are on a mulberry tree and it's a baby tree and it's either the caterpillars or my tree, well then I have to make some decisions, and all I do is I put them in a Tupperware and I put them in the freezer, and then when they've passed on, I put them in propylene glycol. That's what Willow's used to make these really cool keychains. But anyway, I use that, and it's supposed to be clear, but some of the like spent stuff got back into the bottle, so it's brown. But it kind of makes them look like old specimen jars. Excuse me. The only thing I have to do is add labels to them, like the species name and all that, so they're like educational and just not a waste of space. And that's it. And this is in resin, and it's also got some apatite or amazonite crystal chips. I always get the two confused. But yeah, that thing bit me once, and shame on him, and then it bit me another time, and then I finally got it. And I didn't know it was a horsefly because horseflies are usually massive, and especially here. And like I've one in a jar that will sure to give some nightmares. And like the gall nippers here, I have a picture of it on my phone. But what was I even? Oh, it was just a really pretty fly, I thought. And I was taking a picture of it, and then all of a sudden, this little thing went right through my pants. I had like Adidas leggings on, so it had stripes like stitched over fabric, and somehow it went through both layers, and it made the gnarliest like welt that was like a solid welt that wouldn't go away. Um, my nephew uh was moidoid by a horsefly because they're like nasty. And yeah, so I don't let those get near me. And how they buzz, it sounds like a helicopter. Like holy, there. And they don't just like check you out and go away. They'll keep like seeing if there's an opportunity to like land or something. It's intense. Yo ho. I was thinking of the other senses. And then Kitten came. She's back. Hi, Kiki. I don't have a choice, do I? Well, I don't have a choice. I gotta go feed this Kiki right here. Cause she is, ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. The thing is I just found out she's just very abusive. pig is a mermaid. Somehow I acquired one of those like blanket mermaid tails, but I think it's for a child. There's my legs don't fit in it. But I've been sliding it on blue. I just Mr. Self Destruction seeing it. Put it in the Discord. He always like couldn't figure out any other way to send a yeah. Hopefully you'll be on tomorrow's stream because uh getting quite bored in here. I just have so many little things to do, but um, I don't know. It's so hard for me to keep focused, like making stuff when I'm not listening to music, and I can't. I was thinking about putting Robert Sapir on, cause I don't think he'd mind, and it's just there's no music or anything besides in the beginning. He has responded to me on Instagram before. Robert Sapir is one of my favorite authors that are very much alive and YouTubers. He goes into depth of all like the ancient civilizations and like the all the like folkloric attributes that have been scrubbed or just like not looked at or overlooked. And it's just it's very not entertaining, it's very interesting. And yeah, if you look up Atlantean Gardens or Robert Sepehr, Robert, then Sepehr, and he's got fantastic books like Gods with Amnesia, Species with Amnesia, and I've only gotten to read little bits here and there, just like on the internet, because I don't own the books myself, but I will one day. My shopping list is like insanely big for um, materials and supplies, especially for the next few projects that I have planned. I've been doing a lot more on my website because this is actually was actually supposed to be me showing how I make the stuff that I have on my website, but since my phone is out of memory still and I haven't really cleared it now, even though I could get to the stuff here. Oh wait, I can now. Oh, I'm gonna clear my phone out. But oh wait, no, I can't yet. There's always something holding me back from something, but it's fine. All I do is like I stop and then like walk back a little bit to look at it, and then you just like take a different approach, and you can get a lot done that way in any aspect of life. Um, Awareness is such a thing that's overlooked because everybody just has to repeat and regurgitate stuff that they heard on the news, and they don't like do any searching because a quick search of a few things will show like something different, and I guess like everybody's afraid of that something different. And uh I will say I didn't go to college. um I was gonna try to get in for design because I used to make quite a lot of clothes and stuff like that, but thankfully I didn't do it, and it was archaeology was the like main reason, and that's one of my lifetime regrets still, but I realized it's kind of like for the best because nobody's stopping me from going and digging anywhere, and I have plans to go check out Mound City here in Florida and at least just walk the parameters, and because there's not a lot of information on Big Mound City, and a few hours away, and so I'm trying to plan it so there's a spot that we could like rest overnight, so you don't just go for a few hours, and yeah, and it's supposed to be a rather large city built by the Native Americans. In the area I grew up, it would have been the Yaga, and I never know if I'm pronouncing that right, but really fascinating stuff. And Florida does have a lot of good history. I mean, we have the Treasure Coast, that is pretty sweet, if you ask me. And I'm waiting for after some storms pass because a lot of the rocks, you get naked rocks under there, and you can swim under things and stuff like that. They threw a bunch of light poles and then when I was a kid, and it's so fun swimming in. Um, it's fairly close to the Lake Worth Pier. Um, you'll hear me talking a lot about Lake Worth. It's a shame I live so far from it because it's such a quaint town. Eventually I want to start vending, and because I do sell vintage clothing and plants and handmade jewelry and homemade incense. I sell anything that I felt like making. So before I was just making stuff for myself and my mom, and then I started just making more of everything because I was acquiring more. And instead of getting a few bags of beads, I was acquiring huge lots of beads. And I'm really good at coming up with products out of byproducts. And like the metal shards that y'all will see in my metal work is from a local machinist who makes clip extenders and silencers. And all that steel, aluminum, everything is from just something cool. And it's a good way to support a local machinist by incorporating their scrap because I don't know, mustn't waste. It all comes down to mustn't waste and make it pretty. And I've come quite far in my crafting career just by doing it like that. I buy very little brand new. I don't find a need to between salvage yards, like so much copper wire I've gotten from salvage yards, because I don't need massive pieces like contractors and like people like that are going there for. I'm finding little scraps that'll last me all year and I can make like hundreds of pieces from it. And 9 times out of 10, they're just confused by why I want it, and then they're just like, just take it. Because I find it in the stands, you don't even find it in the piles. You find the small bits that fall off of the piles. I love me a salvage yard. I love me a salvage yard. And uh, there was a really good one called Adam and Eve's. It was the perfect salvage yard. It was a huge warehouse. They have one across the street too. They had it all. They had the phone booths with like piles of mannequins like stacked out of them, and piles and piles of Spanish tiles. I have a bunch of them somewhere. And all I did was added cork to the bottom of it, and now they're coasters. I made this coaster. This The tiles got some paint on it. I just deployed the same method people use to do stained glass by using copper tape and like a soldering station. You can just use a regular soldering gun and run it. Before I got those, they're $50 on Amazon and they're worth every penny. You could do wood burning. I also did wood. I haven't finished it yet though. I made this sign. This is it was just an experiment, but I like when the experiments come out as a like, good thing that somebody could use, and I don't know, somebody like it. The best witches, the best witches thing is from this 1990s stencil I found on eBay. I like it. And if anyone has any questions about that, I'm more than happy to answer. I look at I have a I get that, like, there's real magic out there, like electricity and stuff like that. I don't think it's like levitating and like stuff like that. But I feel a lot of it traditionally is rooted into a lot of like psychological issues. Not like psychological issues, like problem solving. It's just kind of chemistry, herbalism, and knowing your history. Uh, like I say, I'm really into anthropology to the point that it is an obsession. And so the only kind of communities that I find where I can actually discuss culture without being shut down because I am not of said culture, whatever culture I'm trying to learn more about, has been any and every witchcraft community. and they know an astounding amount of plants and pantheons and different time periods, and it's just incredible. And it's so funny because like there's too much that people are convinced of is like good, bad, white, black, this, that, and nothing is as simple as that or complex. A lot of it's just really freaking basic or normal stuff, or just like being more aware. And I'm serious about awareness. I actually quit drinking like 5, 6 years ago as a choice because I couldn't think clearly. I can't craft. I can't draw. I can't write. Not if I want to read what I wrote the next day. And my balance is off. And I can't think. I don't remember dreams. And there's a bunch of and like just like start thinking of negative stuff that I regret. It's just it doesn't agree with my system, I guess. And for the longest time, I drank beer like nobody else I have met to this day. Like it was water. Water, what is that? I'm pretty sure it's called beer. But I don't know. I also liked just like adrenaline and walking around dark alleys, opening strange doors and attempting to see what was on the other side. Um, Not much has changed about music. I still always have headphones in my ear. I mean, now if I walking down a dark alley, I probably will take my headphones out. I don't know how I survived my whole life, but with relatively few issues, and yeah, um, I think, and I always have a notebook. I'm always writing notes. I'm trying to absorb as much as I can and then write it down instantly. And I couldn't do that with alcohol or really anything. And I'm not against it by any means. I and I don't have like less of a good time if I go out with friends for drinks because like I don't know. Maybe I'm just like I don't know. I'm a very agreeable person, so and I don't go out much anyway, so like I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just I still enjoy bars, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I like going out and shooting pool and I like listening to some music with a bunch of strangers and like catching up with locals and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just unnecessary. I feel like it's an unnecessary thing for me personally to consume. And it doesn't help that I don't know moderation. So if I had one beer, I was going to have like 20. And it just I don't know. I was losing my taste for the nightlife already. And yeah, it's been a very productive last few years, and it's all stems from one very simple decision. Yeah. And I also found that a lot of my friends back in the day, um, I don't know, they were like drinking buddies or something, and like I wasn't getting anything done, and all I want like to do is to get something done. And whether that be like write a song or like go walk around and look at architecture. I get these are very niche interests. I yeah. Oh, and then now if I do try to like have a beer, like if I'm at my parents' house or something, my stomach rejects it instantly. And I was like, but I thought I had barbarian blood. Turns out that's only good for like dairy. Chris Angel is a definite demon though. Like, okay, so that's different. Th- I, God, I should not even go on this tangent, but there's definitely like some stuff. But I don't believe like, I was like referring to like the whole witchy thing, like when you see girls with like their quaint little symbols and their little hats, and, they're not like, they're like, I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, I was infatuated with like witchy stuff. I went to Catholic school for a good 10 years, and I know I was very disappointed until I realized it was then until I realized after high school and stuff like that that it was all psychology, history, herbalism, and a bunch of stuff like that. Now, as far as like Chris Angel and the Elite, demons, aliens, all the same there. Like, there's something weird. And, like, I've known that since I was a kid, and not just because my dad told me that God doesn't exist and aliens created the world and aliens run the world and they're watching us through our TV. And, that's how I almost got kicked out of Catholic school, by the way, was that. Told the most religious teacher there that God didn't exist and aliens created the world. And, you know what? I found the Chris Angel Magic Kit at a yard sale, and that was the biggest hunk of crap I've ever seen in my life. I I was astounded. I wanted that so bad. I probably made my parents feel horrible because like they couldn't afford it the amount of times I've talked about wanting it. And my Chris Angel phase lasted very, very briefly when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was very aware of cringe and I grew up on E-Bombs World, if anybody remembers E-Bombs World. And God, after like just a few like episodes, I suppose we had one TV and like free cable, so like I watched one episode and like I probably didn't see it for a long time and the infatuation like built up or like the interest and like I don't know, I was just astounded. And then I saw that thing recently too. I have it around here somewhere. It is horrible. And I hate to think how much money they made off of that. But another thing, I could be wrong, but somebody said Chris Angel's like really nice in person. Anytime I hear that about somebody, I always feel really bad. Like this whole like Johnny Depp thing, I didn't really give too much about it, but you know, you watch one thing and you're like, oh my god. But there's like an active witch hunt going on for that lady now, and I think it's being blown out of proportion. Again, I don't really care, and I don't know who these people are. I know Johnny Depp has a Barbie collection. That's it. And I don't watch movies, and certainly didn't know who Amber Heard was. But this witch hunt is getting intense. Like she might face jail time and stuff. And like, there's a part of me that wants to say good, but there's also a part of me that's like, this is already done. Like, the lady's gonna be broke for a very long time. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Things are just blown out of proportion, and it's always. I know it's a distraction. I know it's a distraction, but it's so like it's so easy to get consumed by it, and like I don't know, I feel like it's one of those things that's over. Like, the news moved on, everything else pretty damn quick. Why can't they move on to that? Like, that's why, I don't know, it's kind of, there's something weird about it. Um, like, she must have some, like, I don't know, like, I should look more into it. I've been needing some entertainment that I could watch, like, on here during quiet times. Oh, really? Let me look up albino black sheep, because that's not ringing a bell yet. I was telling Will about because I have the creators of South Park made this other show called Princess Puffums or something like that, and it was this dog that would witness the wife pass by way of her cabeza due to fellatio. I need to pull up that no list. I find that the live streams a lot of stuff gets I don't know. Yeah, she is. She's not helping any case though. I think I have a bad habit of playing devil's advocate for debate reasons to get to the middle ground. That's why I ask so many questions, and it drives people nuts. Like, I'll ask the same question 80 times, but it's just because I'm missing a piece still. And uh, it used to drive me crazy. Like, I think that's what like really made me very adamant about asking questions. It's like I don't want to be that person as a girl, yada yada. But some shit of it is true. Like it when I was younger, like I wore dresses and I usually have a really high pitched voice when I'm excited, and it made it hard for people to want to explain stuff for me or something. So I would do so much in my old jobs, not knowing what I was doing or why I was doing it, and not showing if I was doing it right. And that's no way to live. So now I just shamelessly ask questions if I don't know something. And I can be like, ah. Everybody should ask questions. But maybe that's why I'm missing so many pieces because I don't really look into it and I haven't seen much. And the last thing I did see was her like trying to tell the lady that she was done wrong. And I think also another reason why I feel bad is because that has to be mental, like the zero self-awareness, not being able to read a room and have this like super prideful like smile. It's just bizarre, like to miss so much, or not even miss it, but not like even dignify it or show any form of like emotion. Like I don't know, but everybody has their own way of expressing stuff. The whole thing bugs me out, I guess. I don't know, and that like it's I don't know. I guess seeing delusions in other people is just like such a mind truck. And I don't know why I feel bad. I feel really bad though. Like, girl, I think it's because I've had so many like I've known so many people like that, and I know deep down that they're not self-aware, and there's like something else that just clouds everything. I kind of call it like only child syndrome, but a lot of people don't aren't only child. I'm an only child. Um, Technically, I found out I had two half sisters when I was like 14, my whole life, and I still say I'm an only child because I don't uh have much contact. Nothing's messier than family situations, and I need more coffee. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to come here. Ah, dang. I need to get some shelves in here. I have so many unfinished little corners, and I'm knocking into everything. Um, yeah, I watched a little bit of her apology video to just freshen up, and I'm not gonna say anything more about that. That girl is fucking nuts. What? Humans. Or things that look like humans. And that's why one reason why I do get nervous in live, because I am a ranter. I have a ramble issue. And I'm always afraid I'm gonna say something or like say some. The reason why I don't like offer up a lot of my opinions is because of how they're subject to change, and with how permanent the internet is, like people don't understand that like opinions can change. But to me, have if you absorb new information that contradicts something, um, and there's substantial proof, or it's just something you didn't think of, and I'm just gonna say, if your opinions don't change, it is of my personal opinion, here's an opinion, that you're a bot, and you're just repeating things, and you're not processing anything. It's just like a voice recorder type of input output, not like not nothing's tweaked, nothing lands. It's like sperm in a berm, sperm in a bum hole. Like it doesn't go anywhere, and then just dies and is forgotten about. And I love the videos like where people show the montages of like the profile pictures changing, because this year was definitely a wacky one for that one. And again, there's a lot of knots that are not tied and will probably never be tied. And but that's just the thing. Nobody could agree. We're so different. Like between some people are easily cold, some people get hot easily, some people have legit sweating issues, some people just like think of your favorite food. Like you can eat every single day. When you take a bite out of it, like you experience orgasm like symptoms. And there's many people out there that think that food is disgusting and would rather starve than eat it. Like there's just too complex. Everybody is way more different than and then at the same time, everybody is like a lot more similar than people give credit for. Like we all utilize the bathroom facilities. Well, you know what I mean. Everybody has to drink water. It's one thing that you can't live without water. And kiwi. See, I know many people who do not like kiwi at all. Did you know you can eat the skin? Um, Pesticides are an issue, but somebody told me that, and the last time I had a kiwi, I just took a bite out of it, and it's not gross or anything. Like, even that really strange texture just goes away. Um, I still peel. Well, really, I cut them in half and I spoon them out, and yeah, fruit is one of my favorite foods. I wish I could live off of it, but I can't. And uh, I guess my diet would be considered a carnivore diet. Just high fat, mm, little to no carbs. I impulsively got some pizza rolls, and every time I heat them up, I forget because after you heat them up, they're like the temperature of lava, and by the time like they're cooled down, I've already done forgot about it. I ate some cheese, I'm good, and so like pretty much every night is the same beef and some cheese. Beef and brie is really good, and beef and parmesan, like hard, good parmesan. Just Publix, but basic supermarket. Um, don't get hungry throughout the day. Have a lot more energy. My sister has been vegan, my half sister, but she's been vegan for 25 years, and I'm guessing she's still vegan. Um, but I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it at all. Um, like I go from extremes of having like a lot of energy to very low energy, and oh my God, um, that ew, that and digestion. And I know there's some people that could thrive on it. Like for a while I was getting give it a go. One that you're gonna try it. You're gonna try it. You're just gonna be like, fuck it. Truck damn mouth. Um Yeah, that's how it works, right? Somebody said it. I was like, ew, no way. Um, but you end up trying things, and it's just yeah. Maybe one day you come across like a fresh tree of kiwis, or is it like a bush they grow on? I always forget because they don't grow here in my area. I keep wanting to change the screen. I should just use this. A kiwi tree. Or is it a vine? It's a vine. That's cool as shit. That's a vine. My favorite fruit, probably driven by bias, but is mulberry. Um, all the mulberry trees that I have now, I have about 12 of them, and about 8 of them are way taller than me. One I got from eBay, a Wakisa. The cutting was this big, and it is the tallest tree here, and excluding one. But yeah, that's one. I could always send cuttings to people, which I really like that. And you don't need any rooting hormone or anything to root them. And you can't buy them anywhere, so the flavor is really. Some places will carry them like green markets, but the flavor is just really distinct, mild, um, somehow like savory but still sweet, and absolutely delicious. And you could grow them in containers, grow them any kind of way. And the trees are from my grandparents' house, and they don't live. Nobody in the family lives there anymore. They've been sold, and so it's obviously a very special tree. And the roots, are still behind my grandparents' house. And one day I just filled my bag with cuttings and brought them here, and now we got massive, massive trees. And what else? Oh, the leaves are actually used with silkworms. They eat the leaves. I thought it would be cool to try to raise some silkworms to get those cocoons, because beauticians actually use those cocoons, and you could buy them like a bag of silkworm cocoons, and they look like just something man-made. Um, you could put your finger in it, and do stuff. Um, Yeah, I only recently found out it was a vine, like, and it just completely slipped my mind because I wanted to see if I could grow them because there's so many seeds in them. And I haven't grown many trees from seed. I had successfully grown a lang lang tree from seed. It took about 2 to 3 months to germinate. Um, those clear egg containers are great because you can put a rubber band on it, keep it closed in the sun, and it should stay like moist. And yeah, now that thing's already taller than me. and hopefully that will grow. The folklore like belief is you could extend your life by standing on our lang lang tree, and the story about it is uh, a condensed version and probably not entirely accurate. A man was trying to look for his wife, and he didn't know that she was turned into a tree, and like the person who turned her into a tree like was laughing his arse off because he's like, ah, he was still looking for you. He doesn't know you're a tree, dumbass. And so that's how the Lang Lang tree became Lang Lang because the lady's name was Lang, and he was calling Lang Lang, and that's how it was named Lang Lang tree. This reminds me of another folk story of Mexico, La Llorona, whose two children or maybe one child, fell into this river, drowned, and like she could still be seen searching for her kids. So I've been attempting to actually use my Twitter to harass Tim Burton into making a movie about it. Because everybody's like, Tim Burton stuff is all whitewashed, yada yada, even though like other cultures could fit his aesthetic. Well, his aesthetic in general is kind of yoinked from 1930s German like art movements. Like some of his sketches are identical to like originals. And I don't know why I even shared that. That's not a point, neither here or there. But I kind of get their frustration because he would be brilliant to do like like Haitian voodoo theme, take place in Haiti, and like um, do like a story on one of the Loa, or West Africa, do a story about the Orishas, like uh, Papa Legba. I think he's part of Haitian pantheon for Baloa, and there's another. Uh, there's just so many fascinating, I guess I could say, characters in these pantheons. And then in Mexico, his aesthetic would be so dope, right? Like the dancing skeletons everywhere. I just see it. I see it. I'm nobody. I get that. Nobody's have ideas that can be good sometimes, and um, yeah. Um, yeah. My name is AI Antichrist on Twitter, if anybody has one. Um, I ran away from it because I got put on a bunch of lists somehow just because um, I don't know, I was generally concerned about Mr. Gonzalez's safety when he disappeared the first time. And yeah, a lot of like people that were just put on these obnoxious like shill lists, and I'm like, what in God's green ocean? I don't have the energy for that. Again, all of my opinions are subject to change, and a lot of things I don't have an opinion on. I have only ears open for because I'm still filling in blanks, and like I don't know. Like my dad always says, like he'll never say anything unless it's true, and if he doesn't know something, he'll just say he doesn't know, and I think that's pretty wise, especially coming from him. But yeah, I try to. Yeah, so after I found out that wouldn't grow in zone 10, that's my zone. Um, that's what I realized. I realized it was more of like just a different zone fruit, and I think of them as like a tropical like rainforest like thing, and they're really not. They're like a koala bear type thing. I'm just saying that because their noses look like kiwis, and they're koala bears. Yeah, it's Australian. I'm extremely knowledgeable in some aspects, and then some I am just. I've been wanting to share this for a while, but I don't. For the longest time, oh my god, I don't want to say it. For the longest time, I thought Puerto Rico was next to California. District of Columbia? I had no idea that was in there. I had no idea that DC stood for. I just there's huge things that I miss when they're right in front of me, and those are the two big ones that I still hold a little bit of embarrassment over. I always wanted to go to Puerto Rico. I still want to go to Puerto Rico, the home of reggaeton, and a lot of people don't realize that about me. Um, I like all types of genre, but I'm a huge reggaeton fan. Like Zion E. Lennox, Daddy Yankee's old stuff, of course. I don't know what it is about it. I'm a very low energy person, so sometimes I require just like thick beats to like get through a painting or something. And reggaeton, man, it's so good. I love it. When I started trying to learn Spanish and looking at the lyrics, I was like, oh dear God, but because some of them are just like horrible. And there was this one dude, like his thing is going, like it's so weird, but the music, man, I love it. It's quite a treat. And I never got the chance to go to like my favorite little Lake Worth bar. It's called Harry's Banana Bar. It's just a little local hole in the wall, but it's been there from like for like the 40s or 50s or something. I always wanted to go there on the biggest night and just start loading the jukebox up with reggaetons just to like it's kind of like an experiment, a psychological experiment, because like you can't help but start like I can't. Yeah, yeah. I know I always wanted to go to Puerto, and I was like, well, God, that would be such a long like flight because for some reason I pictured it next to California, and I'm talking this is recent, like a few years ago. I realized it wasn't anywhere where I thought it was, and that happens quite a lot. But I think the reason why I'm so surprised about it is because I have a globe right here, and I spend a really long time looking at it, like finding new spaces, spots to like look up. I like picking a random place that I haven't looked up yet and putting like Mali culture, Mali cuisine, Mali actors and like stuff like that. Just seeing like getting a basically a round kind of view of all these different places. And I find a lot of good music that way. Like Molly, Tamikrest, Tmikrest, and Tanariwen, Tinariwen, two incredible bands. They jam so hard. And Tanariwen, I believe, means deserts because Tamikres has a song called Aratan in Tanariwen, and a lot of it I have a really hard time trying to find translations, proper translations. And I think it's oh no, Tandem. I talk I was I try to learn little bits of languages from other people. So I really liked I talk I, but it's just it sucks now. Um it they had so many more features, but now like of course you have to pay for everything and just everybody's a teacher now, like so you can't really talk to regular people. But Tandem is really fun. They have these rooms that you could just like join in and like they have a questionnaire like rooms, even karaoke rooms, and which I was actually gonna use like what little courage I had to sing some Chavela Vargas songs, so they could at least tell me if I'm like saying the words right. And Chavela Vargas, Chavela Vargas, she is a Mexican ranchera, and her songs are just oh my God. Don't look up the lyrics because you're like heart like a sword will come out of nowhere and just like rip your heart out. It's intense. Like, holy. She's so good at it. And she knew Frida Kahlo, like, personally. Oh, who's America? Who's America? I'm sorry. Who's America? I forgot. I have a bad habit of ranting and but not like retaining any of the stuff that I spew out. But yeah, language sites. Like if you want to learn about any culture, even if you don't want to learn the language, tandem. Those people are so open-minded. They will answer any question like judgment free or not ask you why you're asking those questions. Like which I run into a lot. That's why I do have a separate channel for watching my stuff. If you ever see Bill Gates fan club anywhere, that's me. And I mean, I don't know if anybody here was in CRP's Telegram. Oh my God, that place was hell on earth. I've seen things that I can never unsee. I don't even claim to be like pure or like I'm so pure or like or like I don't know. But oh my God, like my faith in humanity tanked that week. But it was actually really good because I was just looking at oh yeah. That's 100%. I don't follow that whole pursuit of like he's got to be more inclusive or anything like that because when people are forced to like do that, it's not genuine. Like doing something you have to do. You just do what you do. Like simple. But like oh I want to say I get it though, but at the same time we're looking at his art, but what it that's what triggered the thoughts like he would be so because La Llorona is one of my favorite Bella Vargas songs and just one of my favorite like ghost stories. Uh um there's to me like Haitian and Mexican art are two of my favorite aesthetics in regards to art. Um like how like the Sacred Heart is central and how they draw eyes and just that style of the flowers and oh I could show you my favorite artist right now. He needs a lot of help. Um his name is Mario Pierre Luis and he's an art teacher in Haiti. Tell me this shit is dope. Like I love his stuff. I love his stuff. I love this dude so much. Um, I am broke as anybody could possibly imagine, but anytime I have a few extra bucks, I donate it to this dude because he's an art teacher. He has all these students of all different ages, and that earthquake that hit Haiti last year, maybe even the year before, time doesn't really exist in my mind, unfortunately. That's how I miss out on so much. Um, like what? I love it. I love it. I don't like things that are too easy to look at because they're not sparking anything. I don't know. I love it. There's no holding back in these pieces and it's just I love it. I love the aesthetic, I love the style, I love the colors, I love the materials. He also does carvings, and you can see like the heart's kind of in the style of like a veve, which is just like a sigil. A veve is I'll show you. They're really cool. That's kind of like the Nordic staves and the runic art of the Slavs. So like stuff like that, and each one means something. So I think that's the Papa Legba one. If I'm because I remember it being the cross and the two leaves and then the three stars but like kind of like a bow on this side and if anybody's been to Louisiana and places that have like um a good like Haitian-centric culture or like area. Thankfully I'm in Florida, so I am blessed with so many different cultures to look into, like at all times. There's botanicas everywhere. I have my own botanica, which still to this day is wild to me. And all botanica means it's a religious shop that sells like herbs, oils, incense, stuff like that. And pretty soon I'll have more plants and stuff on it as well as other people's things, but it's like a one-stop shop. But I want to make it for any culture. Like you could get rosaries and stuff on my site, and anything's custom. I know it pisses a lot of people off that I'm not like the most spiritual, I guess, person, but I am in my own way. Just I'm highly um in love with like intuition and stuff like that. So I pay a lot of attention to my gut, and I do a lot of like meditation, if you will, to spawn ideas. In one of my many opinions that I am uh pretty solid on is there's nothing more magical than the fact that we have ideas. Just when I'm sitting there like staring off in the wall, oh, I should make a amethyst bracelet with a carnelian, like you know what I mean? It's very specific things that pop in my mind. Also dreams. I love dreams. I can't tell you how many things that I've made that I saw in a dream. And so I don't know whose work I'm ripping off, but yeah. And I don't know. I like mystery, and I like the fact that I'm comfortable not knowing. So I'm not really striving for any form of truth or anything, or like answer. Um, I like information a lot. When I'm in the shower, I read the shampoo bottles and like um stuff like that. Like I enjoy being a sponge, and that's another reason why I quit drinking because all that went out the window. I couldn't even read books and like. And oh yeah, well, oh, hot toddy, hot toddy for you too, Roger that. Um, should be working or something. I organized a lot. I might be oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anybody else collect these? They're those little color grids that are on cardboard boxes so the computer knows exactly what color they use. I don't know why I like them. I'm trying to save up a bunch so I could cover a box or something with them. I got a few. Deeply entertained by these. And I even found ones that are like wheels. That's going in some resin art. And also, I'm starting to make these tags again so people could keep up with our trees. Check it. Okay, no that one. Let's see. Okay. So in here I have these tags. And these are, it's just a chip, a computer chip, and they're the whips of stickers. This stuff blows my mind. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. Alright, so see that's like just a sticker, which what happens when I touch it with the phone. Do it. Wait, where's the camera? Hold on. I have to take it out of the, yeah, see? Did you hear that? Do it. Alright, hold on. Come on. I might have to take the case off. Anyway, as a sensor, and all you have to do is you put your phone up to it and it'll open the page that is on that, saved on this like chip or whatever. And see, I make these things. This is made out of a Coke can. I just used a hole punch to get that bird out, used Sharpie for the color, and then a nail to make those little dots, which actually is useful because before it's too sharp, and those little dots curve it just enough to make it way more handleable. Ain't that nice? And then I put this back there, and then this goes on a tree, and then you go boop, 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 boop. Let's work those. Do it. Maybe I'll take the case out. Look how pitiful my case is, y'all. I just don't want to break this phone. I already broke this area. I know there doesn't have to be anything on it. Why isn't this working now? I like showed my mom this 100 times. Do it. I made it vibrate once. Okay, where's the other ones? Where did why is that doing it? Whatever. I tried. They're just these chips, sticker-like things. And they come in really, really useful. Like if you had a bunch of stuff in a box, like collectors. Say you have cards, and you have certain cards in a certain box. You could put these stickers on it and type all the cards you have in that box, and then you don't have to open the box. And hot, hot, yeah, yeah, that's what I say. If we're just a blip, of course it's like right down the street from us. It's just as relevant today. Like like all of the Egyptian treats that are sprinkled in Stargate SG-1. It is not only relevant as far as pop culture, because 90% of stuff and characters are based off of like things and characters in folklore. And I don't know. Symbolism is there's two truly global languages, and that is math and symbolism. Granted, some symbols mean different things. Like green, here, we would think money. But in places where their money isn't green, red is like their money, and like green is their love, like symbol color for love. And little things like that. And you know more, you could find more. I used to say when I was a kid because everybody would ask why you walk with your head down. It's because, yeah, when you walk with your head up, you could like find someone, but when you look down, you'll find something. And I like things, especially finding them. Oh yeah, I never finished the story. So in Lantana, Florida, there is a nature preserve called Hypoexo Scrub, I think. Hypoexo Scrub, I think. Um, It's got a big bird watching tower. Anyway, there's still the old original cistern, like the water collector thing there from the original I think it was like I know most of like Worth was a pineapple farm. Um but I don't know if it spread that far. Early settlers. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Anyway, keep getting scrambled. There was a house built there in the 1800s. It was refurbished in 1935, I believe, and then it was burnt down in one of those like training fires for firefighters in 76. Um, and that's where the history ends for that house until I found where it was, and I dug and dug, and within 5 minutes I found a 1919 Buffalo nickel, and then shortly after that I could clearly tell which part was the kitchen and where the garage was, because the garage had all these rusty bits, even a piece of a bike, and I still regret not grabbing that because it would have been like even just a nice garden statue with the story. And but I have a whole Tupperware of these tiles. Judging by the back, they're not very old, but with the fire, um, and from sitting in that Florida sugar stand for God knows how long, I really like how they look. And yeah, they fit together, as you can see. It's got some heart shapes and the star in the center. And there's a few different ways you could kind of, you could either do 4 of these to make like a circle, or, because I have more of the hearts than I do the stars. And I'm sure they're still there too. And yeah, I quite like it. So I'm gonna be making more. The only reason why I stopped is because I want to get cork for the bottom to add and have to salvage some. And I shut that down again, didn't I? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wonder Woman is a legit Amazonian. Like they're called the Amazonians. And uh beyond that, isn't she, who's Wonder Woman's dad? Isn't it like Zeus or something? Who be, wait, what did I type out? Who's Wonder Woman's baby daddy? Daddy. Oh, well, I just typed daddy too, dang. Zeus! Yeah, Zeus. Zeus, fun fact, was my nickname in middle to high school. I don't know how I got it, but yeah, Zeus. All of my old high school notebooks say Zeus on the front. I was a skater boy. Oh, no way. Got some big old hands, don't I? Anyway, I found this. This is a hairband I made like 12 years ago out of a laundry net, a laundry bag, net laundry bag. I haven't, or I sewed it all down, but some still managed to claw its way through. And it's just a net. I also started a guitar strap with the same thing, but I haven't finished it. But pulled it out because I want to finish it now because I started again like 12 years ago. So I like going full circle. Like where's all the things I was working on? That's so good. Every time I organize, I end up losing the stuff on. Here's Humpty Dumpty though. He hasn't gone anywhere. I still want to do some, what's it called? There's a lot of good knots that make it like really easy to build material, and it's perfect for guitar straps. Like, crocheting with hemp might be a little messy because I know hemp like when you move it around a lot. I used to make hemp jewelry in middle school, and I remember the lap full of like hemp dust, but maybe it was twine I was using. Um, but you could do. Everybody equates like crocheting to like either old women or just women in general, but it's a very utilitarian like skill to know. You're using a hook to make knot after knot, and that builds a material. And like I made a net bag for groceries. Oh, and I've used the okay. See here. This is just a basic double crochet over and over again. And it has a little stretch, so when you make something, you do like account for that. But it's very, very sturdy. And a net is just slip knots going into slip knots and kind of like a spiral fractal like on the bottom. I don't know how to crochet. I don't know only two what's it called? Um and I probably would not be able to make this again. It took days, and it was part of my attempt to show myself that not everything I have to make in one sitting. Like I could start projects and put them down. And I'm supposed to be starting the Sailor Moon crochet outfit. All I know how to do is slip stitch the casting off like chain, which looks just like a braid, and double crochet. That is it. And I've been able to make quite a few things. I have a mushroom purse around here that I've recently made. Um, let's see it. Oh, is it? There's a little mushroom, and the cap of it just pulls up so you can open the bag. I have to fix this part though because I didn't think the constant pulling was. I didn't knot it very well, so the strap is going through the cap, which it's supposed to stop right up here, but keeps pulling out of the bag. But that's an easy fix. And it's just one stitch, and yeah, it's like building blocks, pixels, anything, and you can use it for an absolute ton. Oh, okay. That's it. And then those weaves don't stretch at all. That's literally perfect. And it got big a few years ago, but Kumahimo or Kuhamino, Japanese art make or the Japanese art of rope making, you could do long like flat things with hemp, with anything. And it's one of those things that you could just put down and pick up because it's this and you make your own ring out of cardboard. Um, that and you put your stuff here. If you're gonna do a square one, cut a square out just to keep it in the center of that. This is one of my favorite things. You can make such strong rope out of string. Like it's so badass to me. And yeah. Uh, those like little things like for jewelry making or whatever, friendship bracelet making, anything, keychains, it's all translatable into so many other different like areas. And guitar straps are perfect. Like, and what a thing to make yourself. Like, that is awesome. I just need a little bit more. Oh, and average lady needs just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I dropped everything. Like, I'm just putting this right by the computer. I'm not the kind of person that should be having liquids next to anything that, just. Oh, I wonder what the original jumpsuit. Ooh, I was all set to play Robert's a pair. I love that man. Most dangerous anthropologist indeed. Dude is unstoppable. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I hear at the ends of stuff, like Al in like Middle Eastern languages, Al means son of. So like I already forgot how it's to say it. I was in the process of reading this book called Jesus Family Tomb because it's a very fascinating archaeological find, and like I'm not gonna say it is or isn't Jesus's family tomb, but like so much went against this. Like even if there was a slight possibility that like his ascension was symbolic or what have you, and that it was indeed his family tomb. Joseph Bar, it's Bar, that's not Al, oops. Bar, B-A-R, means son of. Like Joseph yes, I forgot. Like when the archaeologists got there, like kids were playing soccer with the skulls, and so that kind of like archaeological thing, like everything like was trying to keep. And I get it, cause like it goes against the church or whatever, but that should have been the biggest archaeological dig ever. Like I don't think if that ascension bit being symbolical for the time changes like any of their um whatever. Um but just I don't know, nobody thought it was worth a damn. And it's just like it just makes me laugh because like I'm fully aware like the church and like Christians are totally different. Like the church, Christians, people think that they're doing good. Okay, that's great. It helps their life. Perfect. But I went to Catholic school, okay? There were so many drives to get money to build us a gymnasium because in the Florida freaking sun, kids were passing out from having to run laps in it. And like the principal would have a new Chanel bag and like her face would be a little higher than usual. And then there's like new marble like furniture being put in. What the fuck's a gymnasium? Like little things like that. And it's just like any corporation, like it's become a very corporate like thing, and it has been for a very long time. I get it. Um, I still like the symbolism and stuff like that. I actually tried to try to go to church with my mom not too long ago, and you know how you get like a laughing bug where you can't stop laughing, and like like it's a glitch almost. Well, that happened as soon as we went in there, to the point my mom was saying, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" And my face was beat red. I had tears rolling down my, and I couldn't stop. And as soon as I opened the door, I started like cackling because I was like, I don't know what, like I don't know, some very religious person would be like, okay, well perhaps like you were possessed or something, because it was right when the church started and I just couldn't stop. And yeah, the time before that, the principal was or like parading me around saying, "This is our pride and joy." And the amount of times and the time I spent in the principal's office, not because I was her favorite, because I was constantly getting into shenanigans, but like myself, like it was like bringing a candle with nails driven into it and fake blood all over it to show my friends, like gauging my ears. I have a picture um, of middle school. I have a Misfit shirt on, and I wore like a button-down shirt over it so nobody knew. And as soon as like I was in front of the photographer, and as soon as they were about to hit the button, I unbuttoned it, and the shit-eating grin on my face in that picture. It's one of my proudest moments. I went to a Catholic school. Like I did a book report on a vampire, and they thought it wasn't about a vampire because it's called Pandora's Box. And I just remember being pulled out of the class and like the principal like scraping my skin off to get these two little dots I drew to be like, because it was a vampire like character. I was dressed up as I had these little glow in the dark teeth in and all of that. Well, that still makes sense because I think of like oh wait, is it jujitsu or jujutsu? I also don't know how to say nunchuck properly. I grew up calling them nunchucks. Nunchuck, nunchaku. Yeah, see, nunchaku jutsu, and I always see it at the back of stuff like that, like having to do with fighting. I wish that makes sense because like what is it? Method, spell, skill, or trick. I like that though. Actually, well, here's Jutsu. I want to take a picture. It's a bad memory. Unless I write it down. That's why I have to write down everything. I'm just gonna grab my notebook real quick because I should have it in here anyway. I have to go to bed. Where did I put my phone? Oh, I've lost my phone. Whew. I really want to watch some of Mr. What's this called? Stream? Yeah. Sorry. I need a fancy intermission thing like Mr. Sasquatch. Come on. Sawdust? What do I need? I don't know. I wanted to watch a little bit of Gonzalez's stream and kind of react to it. I guess is what it's called when you watch something and react to it. Um, but I don't have the balls. Um, because the silence is it's getting to me. I know I can't do music, but I could do other people's channels and like talking. Cause yeah, I find it so interesting listening to people's personal opinions, and I know I don't offer many, but other people do, and I value that because so many people are saying what they think somebody else wants them to say, and it's honestly just a waste of time because once you heard something once, I mean, it's not a song, it's not a good song. I mean, you're not gonna listen to it over and over again. Um, yeah, I saw that. I haven't looked at the video of James Vasquez getting jumped or something, which I don't wish anything on anybody ever, but I mean, no, I didn't mean to say but. And so like, and I'm still confused as to who the heck he is anyway, because let me see, where did it happen? Subway. I don't really know who to believe, so that's why I like all these fringe outlets. And I watch anything anyways, and like from every side imaginable. And some things I'm like, yeah, some things, and some things, and yeah, uh, yeah. See, James Vasquez. I understand. I wish to proceed. Let's see. I kind of want to hear it. Hmm? Oh my God, what does he wear? He's just like a stormtrooper on a subway. I get it's cold. Oh, wait, what is he doing? Is he trying to slap him? Oh my God, 42. Ow. I don't know what caused all this, but dang, is it rough to watch. Just that stance. What? My dad's two idols are Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali. So a little background on how I was raised. My dad's the type of dad that's just like always doing those fake punches in your face and uh smacking his stomach telling you to punch him. Just um like I grew up with uh nunchucks in my hand. Nunchuck. I don't know how to pronounce it actually. I just know I had a pair of steel ones, and once I was trying to teach myself how to staff fight with like a broomstick handle or a piece of PVC pipe in the garage, and my last little whop bob, I hit the light and it shattered. But you know something? I felt so cool in that moment. Obviously, it was horrible after having to sweep up those long glass tube light bulbs, what are they called? Fluorescent lights. And they just turned to dust. But what a little moment. It's just as soon as I yeah, I still look back upon that fondly. But, gee. Oh, I didn't even finish the video. I mean, the kid looks like he's like 33. And there's so much buildup. Like, if you're gonna, like, fight, just, I don't know. And I get that it's a different world now. Like, when I grew up, like, I don't know, way less afraid to get hurt or something. Um, and, like, a lot of times, like, fights would break out. It wouldn't be because of, like, hatred or anything. It's so hard to explain. And, how casual, like, little spars were and stuff like that. And, it's just so different. Like I said, when we were kids, we didn't play with Barbies. We played Russian Spy, in which we um, texted in Morse code and threw axes at trees. But we were also making like vampire steaks with broken wooden chairs. Couldn't. It's not easily quantifiable. Uh, Humans with many interests. I like it a lot, a lot. I am still trying to get a staff. Found I think like karatesupply.com has some $30 ones. And it's just I don't know. I like learning a little random skills. And I got a 1960s baton, and it got bent. And I was getting really good at it. I never took it when I was a kid or anything, but recently I was starting to do all these like little flips and stuff. But oh, so what I was watching, it just bring up the CRP like stream reminded me of this video from yesterday because he was very giddy at the fact that James Vasquez was jumped in a subway, and like homeboy was stoked that this occurred. And I forgot to look it up, but it was just sure enough, Vasquez. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, so I'll probably watch it again later. It was only 30 seconds, but he was dead on. He really assumed that stance, but he didn't mention the like slaps. And like it was before the other person was raised, so that slap, I don't know what that was for. Like I don't know, but that just read as somebody who didn't know how to fight and maybe watches a lot of fighting movies and sees that stance. I don't know. I know it was hard to watch, and I don't think that we should be getting into physical fights with anybody. Um, but I don't know. I wish people were more inclined to like settle things out themselves these days. It's getting very I don't know. I'm all about that peace, love, and happiness, but I'm also very about like making sure you're a little tough. Like it, they don't say like in the real world this and in the real world that for nothing. It is tough out there, and so you should have, you know, some form of endurance. I think it's really hard to offend me, and it's not because I'm a little arsehole and thrive on it and chaos. It's because I don't know. It's deep. I don't know. It's deeply entertaining. I'm not easily offended. Maybe that comes from being like the only goth kid in a Catholic school and just like always on the outside of situations. And being an only child, I had no other person like in those fragile years to like bounce things off of. So I've been comfortable in my own skin for a minute, and um, yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. I didn't have a direction for today anyway, like yesterday and the day before. It's because I'm trying to put things in line so I actually have stuff to talk about when I come on. I hate filler and I hate half-assing things, and that's what I feel like I'm kind of doing. Um, because I'm not really offering anything, not even something like free to give an opinion. Um, and I don't know, it's starting to, and the no music and there's no sounds. And then like when I get quiet, it's because my brain will listen to anything that's happening. So like Stargate's blasting out there all the time. So I'm like, because I was really into Stargate. I'm really into Egyptology, and the two go hand in hand. It really does. Like if I hear something that's not like I can't put layer over something else in mythology, I just look it up because 9 times out of 10 it's a different like god or some form of ruler I haven't heard of before. Like there's this Akhenaten. Is it Akhenaten? No. Oh no, that's not. Okay. He was a teacher, and how they depict them, he's always in a square and a cube. I have all of this written down. Okay, so maybe if I look up because they think employees. I don't know how to say what I'm looking for. Hatshepsut children. Yes, yes, I found it. Okay, so I know he was all right, so teachers and like common people were not allowed to be depicted with pharaohs, and Hatshepsut was a female pharaoh, and they have speculated that her and this lad uh, were getting it on, and they always portray him in a cube, and that's actually Hatshepsut's child, and so they speculate that this was his teacher also, and it's wild that he was able to be depicted with the pharaoh's child. What is his name? I'm just gonna take a screenshot and use the lens, because it's gonna drive me nuts. Egyptology is just one of those rabbit holes. Senenmut. Senenmut. And then okay, so he's an architect. And here's another one in the cube. Very, very interesting. And I also was reading the other day, like, you can make any tool as long as you have a flat surface. So a lot of places where inventions like happen and mechanics and stuff like that, they have a very specific flat surface. And the person that I was hearing this from actually bought the flat surface of I think it's like a Soviet era like flat surface, and I forgot what like he called it. Was it called a flat plate? And it's just like absolutely smooth, no like inconsistency surface that you could use to make other flat surfaces, and then you could use that to make like rulers, compasses, um, anything you need precision. Wasn't it though? That I don't think I've ever seen somebody assume that position unless they were absolutely wasted and get into a fight and just don't know what they're doing. And like I feel like a more natural stance is just like I don't know, but that like he's like leaned back. If you're leaned back like that, how would you even? I mean, he was standing like somebody who really didn't want to be doing that because fights are no joke. I run really fast. That's all I can say. I think the biggest self or like physical encounter I was in is when I used to play basketball. They wouldn't let me leave the game even though a girl, it was an accident. She knocked my air out. Her elbow hit me in the chest and like I couldn't breathe. And I was trying to get out of this stupid game and he just kept screaming that I'm on the wrong side of the court. So like like when you're trying to like ask for help and nobody's listening to you, you become furious. And I may or may not have slammed that girl onto the fence and was about to go to town, and it was one of the only basketball games that my dad went to too. And they just look over, and he's just like, even though he was loving every second of it, that's totally his style. My dad is very into fighting and stuff like that, like fighting, like like boxing, but all different fighting. Like when I was a kid, I did a book report on his Bruce Lee books, and yeah. Oh my god, I didn't do anything. Oh, I didn't make anything. Shit. I'm not doing well. I have zero ideas. This is my little design notebook, and it's about to start a project. It's a big one, and oh, there's the headbands I designed. I can make that real quick. I got all these beads from an inmate, and I want to use these to make a Sailor Moon costume, and it's just I don't know, I get in these fits and then become absorbed by it, and then end up learning a lot. I think that's why I get to talk to so many different types of people, um, because I've gone through so many phases, and like when I say I'm really into cultures, that includes subcultures. Like if you look up Cholombian, Cholobn, like Colombian but Cholo, so Cholombian. Um, the wackiest hairstyles you can absolutely imagine, and it's just cool shit. It's those things. Like there's a Cholo like subculture in Japan, and uh like there's some streets in Japan you wouldn't know if you were in Miami, California, or Japan. Like they got the lowrider cars, everything. And I have zero problem with that. I know some people out there are gatekeepers, like, that's not their culture. how in the hell are people as a species supposed to grow and integrate if we can't even celebrate and embrace each other's cultures? That's why it's the biggest scam there is. Like, if I want to wear a sari, I'll wear a sari because um, I'm embracing a culture. I know a lot about said culture. Uh, there's not much more I should even have to say. And because I spent a day asking sari shops online, would I be able to wear this? Stuff like that. And like not a single one said no. Not a single one was like, well, are you Indian? No, none of that. And I even clarified, like, I'm a female of German descent, like, like it's not a religious like garment. It could have religious and spiritual ties, but it's a garment, and not wearing it, I feel like is way more culturally insensitive than embracing it, loving it, and choosing to put like your body in something. And like, what we wear is like our like the almost not uniform we're giving ourselves, but it's like what we're showing to the world. Like that's their little glimpse of who we are as people, or something like that. And I already take clothing and dressing really seriously. I wear some wacky stuff, but I'm fully aware of the power of clothing, and it's a quite you know powerful thing. When you have something that fits you well and you like, you feel different. You have more confidence, or you're just like more comfortable in your own skin. And yeah, like maybe don't walk around in like Tibetan monk robes, but even those, like, nobody has a problem with anybody embracing their culture except the types that shall be named unnamed, usually has nothing to do with whatever culture they're gatekeeping, and like they just thrive on telling people no or something, or like, I don't know. I run into it a lot, not with things that I wear, 'cause I just I put a lot of respect into clothing, and I really don't, I couldn't care less. Where it does bother me is when I'm trying to look up information and understand like a certain practice or something, clearer, and just get berated that way. But again, I don't care. I always have to like use sweet words to describe my mission, like, but yeah, and it's like I don't know who my ancestors are anyway. So like what? I'm only allowed to embrace the cultures of the ancestors I know of, which is like ends at my great grandparents. I mean, just unless people are gonna start paying your bills, I don't think anybody should care at all. Not hurting anybody, and in fact, you're doing quite the opposite. Like I like the idea of embracing cultures and not erasing them, because you know, if a culture is not as known to the world, and as the world does change, it's very easy for certain cultures to get swept under the rug. Look at all of the ancients. I mean, we only know of the ones whose stuff like we find, and we don't even know like what they were truly called, what they truly did. It's just guessing off of what they left behind, and I don't want to be like I don't know. I don't know. People call them culture vultures. I call myself permaculture vulture. Um, I just, I don't know. And I've always had like cultural objects, and I always felt more of a connection with other cultures. And I think it's because America doesn't have like a set. It does, but a lot of it comes from other places. Like the brochure in Pennsylvania, are also like known as powwow. Um, it's all Germanic and a blend of the Native American cultures that were around, but it's in a general sense, Germanic, and just stuff like that. Mhm. And I like, I don't know. It's a really big world. I don't understand. The only thing that people have to gain from that is like governments and stuff that need to keep all these people in line somehow. And it's like, it's one of the only like reasons why I could imagine why it could ever be a bad thing to embrace somebody's culture. Like, make it make sense. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I mean, I went through a phase where I was going to every type of church I could find. Apostolic, Baptist, temple, Buddhist temples, Theravada, Amatriyana, and Mahayana, any Buddhism I could find. And I don't know, I just learned way more. And when I started doing this, I was in like fifth grade. Like the first time I went to the Buddhist temple, it was the summer after fifth grade. And I was really into Tomb Raider, so I was very aware of like my favorite country when I was a kid was not Tibet, God, Cambodia. And like regardless of like history, we all have it. I mean, look at all the decades of German turmoil. Like they've never had a chill like time. And yeah, no, check it out. I think BuzzFeed or one of those has a video on it, and it's let me look up what you look it up or how you look it up. Cholo Japan. Like, of course, the subcultures of Japan are just like absolutely astronomical. Like, there's one where they're like having metallic hair and orange skin, like they're from like Jersey Shore, but completely exaggerated. It's brilliant. Okay, Refinery 29 put out the video that I saw, and it said why Japanese women are dressing like cholas. And I do find the person who's interviewing is quite judgy and quite like gatekeepery. Um, I don't, I just don't understand it, like, at all. Like, if I went to Japan and there was like a small little German town and everybody was dressed in dirndls and lederhosen, I'd be so stoked. I would be over the moon. That is so cool. And I still think that there's gonna be like a hip German phase like any day now. A, the outfits are freaking adorable, and B, um, we need a little modernizing. Like we got Ramstein and yodeling. Help. Like and Adidas. But apparently they were sold to the same company that owns Gucci, which I have no idea who that is. Yeah. No, there's certain things like BuzzFeed and stuff. Even Joe Rogan, like um it has to be about a specific thing. And if it's just interesting in general, I'll watch it. And because there's a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have found out about, like the all-female tribe in Africa. That's a bad example because I kind of already knew about it, but I didn't know about it by getting to see it actually. And like from that, I just looked up more stuff. And the same thing with Joe Rogan. Like I'll never forget. Will sent me a video because before meeting Will, I didn't know I didn't know who Joe Rogan was. I knew the X Factor and stuff like that. I didn't know it was Joe Rogan. Um, but it drove me nuts because like he'd have really good guests and he's just like, ha 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 man, like, yeah, but what about weed? Or something like that. And I'm like, oh my god, just let the dude talk about mushrooms. So I would like, yeah, so he sent me one with Paul Stamets, which is a freaking icon, and he studies mushrooms and mycelia, and he was on Joe Rogan, but like it couldn't get it like it's not that good. But now I understand it, and I actually do value it for the looser conversations with certain people. Sometimes it does get a little frustrating to me. Um, where certain people like I just turned off that that stream and put on Paul Stamets like actual like lectures, and I was a much happy person that day. But I find like I find value in the, and it's never the people that are like making it, it's the people that they are broadcasting, or like their guests or something. And BuzzFeed does go to a lot of cool places. The most judgy, spoiled little like attitudes in these people though, it drives me nuts. And it's either BuzzFeed or the other one that always sends somebody that looks like they're from that country, if you catch my drift. And just little things like that, I feel like it's very it's not a self-aware like, you know, thing. But they do go to some cool places, and I learn a lot of different places, Jay. And it's just because I scroll a lot, and so if I see like, oh, interesting place, I'll click it for a few seconds. And uh and yeah, thanks to my ranging of like interests, my like the videos that they recommend to me is just such a clusterfuck. It's like they can't pinpoint what. Um, yeah, and that's another thing, like different sources for everything. I remember when I realized, let's see, and and wasn't the happy-go-lucky place I thought it was. Mind you, I was very young. Like when we were kids, also we used to watch videos of Stay With Me. Of Bush just talking, and Tim Geithner, because it was the funniest shit ever. Like Tim Geithner, I never hear his name ever anymore, but I like with his ears, I really big ears too. But it was just that was like entertainment, and like I've never been um I never could choose like sides because I could agree with so much, or at least understand it. And since I'm very adamant about not picking sides, like about anything, like are you a Coke person or a Pepsi person? Uh I'm a whatever is available if my stomach hurts type person. Like um I I don't like picking sides because my opinions change too much, and it's never black and white. It's never simple. There's always something. Like, I got in a huge argument the other day because I was like, you can be pro this or pro that, you know. No, you fucking can't. But yeah, um, uh, I mean, I don't know why it made me think there. I, I like calling the Miami Aquarium just to ask them, is there really a killer whale that's been in a tank for 42 years? And I have no choice but to say yes. And that is the most fucked up thing I can think of. Like, regardless of what's happening. 42 years in a nasty tank. Oh, humans are so backwards. And it's just, I think that's why, like, I'm not getting into politics because I've always been really aware of what's going down. I like watching Wyon's Gravitas. They just seem to be like, I don't know. I don't want to say unbiased because that's everybody's bias. Um, but you get more actual like world happenings. Like in America, they're like, oh, look at this electrician who saved a kitten. And that's it. That's like the news for the day. It's so bizarre. Like I was watching this video the other day, and I guess it's like a bunch of homophobic people, but they were saying how much they hate Homo sapiens. There's no way like that. And still, I'm sure I can have lovely conversations with just about anybody. And that's why I talk about the bus stop. Like, you could be sitting on bus stops with three different people. You guys are gonna have, nothing wrong. I mean, I guess until somebody opens their mouth and then somebody else has to react, and then I don't know. But I don't know. Debate is so valuable because you don't know. And I'm so comfortable not knowing. Like, not a lot of people are like, yeah, but, and just, and nobody knows like anything. Like, we've given a lot of things names, and a lot of people have a lot of those names memorized. Doing good. Trying to leave the planet, and that's not even going to be possible. You look up space junk and see the interactive map of all the crap. And then I say, like, they have the thing that could suck up the trash islands. Like, it's, I don't know. And now there's this whole trend on TikTok, like, people are saying, Tree, if you could hear me, touch my shoulder. Oh my God, they're so magical. I mean, it's a tree, of course, it's magical. It's like people are so removed from nature. Like bring a bunch of your friends to a nature preserve or the woods and just watch like how people react to like really natural things. And I don't know. I don't like being so removed from like a planet where we all call home. Like at that point you might as well be living in a spaceship. And who knows, this whole planet could be a spaceship. Like, I like fancying certain ideas. But I mean we are traveling in space. That's the weirdest thing to me is like our location changes. And this whole like little cluster, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we're all actually sinking and it's like a big ocean and everything is just falling to the surface or something. And something like that. Um uh okay. Last cup because I'm not even gonna be able to sleep. That's okay, I've got work to do. have many conflicting opinions. I think that's it too. Like Bruce Lee says, if you like water, you put water in a glass, it becomes the glass. You put it in a pot, it becomes the pot. Be like water, my friends. I got the dopest ringtone ever. I just did that. I don't really have any ideas. Like, in between projects, drives me nuts. I think another thing too is that this is my pleasure center, and now I have a computer like right smack dab in the center of it, and I could use this thing, but this is why I have so many different crafts, because I do need to make more chain. I just don't feel like bending the little wires right now. And some days that's all I want to do, and I'll do it for like 12 hours straight. But I'm in a funk, I think. Have y'all never heard this At Dawn song? It's an old it's old Soviet synth pop. If you look up Soviet synth pop at dawn, that song is legit. I have no idea what they're saying, but I haven't looked at the lyrics yet. I'll post it in the Discord. It's that good. Will hips me to it, and really good. I love when songs get stuck in my head and I have no idea what the lyrics are, or it's just it's one of those like hopeful but hopeless songs. Like that's what it sounds like. Sounds like you lost a war but you're still alive. Well, there's another song like that. Juan Gabriel. He's I believe from Mexico, and mariachi style in the way it's huge bands and they wear really dope outfits. And the song is called Hasta que te conocí. HastaKeteConici, I think. That song is live at the Bell Arts, the live version. Oh my god. I don't even, I use Google Home for Music sometimes, and it came on after I think a Selena song. I was blown to pieces, and that song is so good. I wish I could play it right now. I'll blast the shite out of it in my ear holes. Yeah, no, I'm sure y'all can maybe tell that the silence is genuinely getting to me. Like, because when I come in here, I come in with headphones blasting, and I'm ready to tear this place apart and make some really cool stuff. But, and it was like that the first few live streams. It was like really productive. But, Oh my god, it's so quiet. And I have a bad habit of like needing to fill silence. And yeah. Just found this really old bottle of Easter bubbles. Hmm. Ah. I was trying to take all my little toys out of here. I have a bunch of gyroscopes and stuff like that. I didn't even think about that. Try 'em on Lucy. Lucy's our dog. Um, uh, Bulldog. Um, I came with a pig and a cat, and he came with a dog. And, oh, that's so nice. And, I haven't tried bubbles on her, 'cause, pig doesn't do anything. Cat doesn't do anything. But Lucy is always down to, like, you could be pulling a weed out of the ground and just say, Lucy, go, and she'll pull it out for you. She's so smart. And how I get all my coconut coir stuff, um, if you want to plant something in a pot, put like ripped up coconuts in the pot. They don't mold and they will soak up a ton of water, so it will make it you don't have to water that pot nearly as much as you would if you didn't. Because after a while, all the nutrients get sucked up and you're left with like sand almost, and it just doesn't hold water. Putting coconuts at the bottom of my pots have changed my life. I had about 35 plants ready to go and never had to water them. A single one. I do mulch the top of them too, which could be anything. Like if you have just like if you mow in a certain area, you could rake all those little clippings of the dry clippings that fall under the plants and weeds and stuff. Perfect for topping for a potted plant. And the coconut part, Lucy rips it up. I actually have a video of it. I'll post it. I did not grab that notebook. So they even got it. Huh. Notebooks everywhere, but organized. I always have the hardest time in a room like the day after I organize. Because 2 days after. First day, just kind of like chill and enjoy the new feeling habitat. And then the next day, I'm back to work and I already forgot where I put everything. And could hardly ever find anything, especially I'm trying to find shelves, just strictly utilitarian big shelves like that. So I could put stuff I hardly use behind and then the stuff I really use in front and keep that cycle going. and like all my yarn and fabric is on this one, even though the sewing setup is over there. So I'm gonna switch that to over there, and or make the sewing section. No, can't do that. Well, this shelf is gonna leave when I find more of these plastic things, because those things are indestructible, and I could put a ton on it, like stuff that even sturdy wood would have issue with. Top is gonna be like all the chainsaws and stuff like that, and just don't want to put them in the garage because the garage kind of might as well be outside. And 100%, 100%. There like there's so much stuff that um like I really don't understand. I used to see people empty their like grass clippings and put in the garbage can for like to go into. It's just really bizarre to me. Like you could let it decompose in an area, or better, you could fill buckets with grass clippings and put some sprouting potatoes, and they'll grow perfectly in there. They'll actually grow more bigger and uniform in hay and grass cuttings because they just like push through so easily. They're not trying to grow in compacted ground, and God, I've turned so many like trash piles into bins full of potatoes and never watered them or anything like that. A good thing to do is get yourself a bin and put like a layer of hay or grass cuttings or anything, and then you put your tomatoes on that. After they grow like that big, you start filling it up. You fill up the bin as the potato plant grows, because the potatoes grow pretty close to the surface. So if you make that whole, you'll just end up getting more potatoes than if you put them in the center and they just like go right under the plant. They have all that room to work with, and the projects I wanted to do last year but never got around to doing it is grafting a tomato plant to a potato plant. So above ground it grows tomatoes, and underground they grow potatoes. And potato plants actually can fruit, and they produce a flower and fruit that looks just like a tomato plant. And they're just really toxic. And I don't think the fruit reddens like a tomato. Stays green, or I don't know what it does after green. I got bit by something on the palm of my hand. I don't know what could possibly do that. Could have been a I mean, maybe. I have pretty rough hands too. I weed barehanded, like an idiot. Um, but same thing like with dishes. I can't do dishes with gloves on, and with resin stuff, I have problems wearing gloves too, and weeding, I have problems wearing gloves too. I think also because when I'm weeding, I do it quite quick. I could clear an area, but there's always volunteer plants that are useful, like tropical sage. When that sprouts, I don't want to pull it, and if it's hidden under a bunch of like, for instance, Spanish needle stalks are actually square. Like it has four angles, square stem, and you could feel that when you're pulling it. So when I feel a round stem, I know to look to make sure it's not something good. And very tactile, I guess. I mean, hands that's are very tactile by design. Um, but yeah, so I can't do that with gloves on. And then as far as crafts, like since everything I do is so darn small, like I need my fingertips. Well, the only chore I had when I was a kid was pulling weeds, so I've been at it for quite a long time, and I've been clearing some forest out to make a little hangout area, and there's so many rocks back there, and rocks are excellent. Like you can use them for so much, but rocks are very expensive at like garden stores or like soil shops, and they look great in a garden. And so I've been trying to harvest my own, but I met my match and I can't move it for the life of me. I've even tried to put it on a dolly. It won't budge. It'll budge, but it's an awkward shape, so I can't get it on the dolly by myself. I haven't tried it with a rope yet though. So I'm gonna try to pull from afar that, and maybe even do it around around a tree for some extra support. So if I let go, it won't I won't have to do all that work again. My hair is on fire. Could be anything. The reason why I'm poking around is I'm trying to see if it's two holes or one, and it looks like one. Maybe two. Oh yeah, two. Spider bite. Dang it. I don't know if you could see it. It's driving me nuts. And I can see a little vein like poking out. Hmm, ow. Once I was reading by hand and got way too into it and just stopped paying attention. I know what poison oak looks like. Poison oak, poison ivy, all of those. And somehow I missed it and I was pulling straight poison ivy for hours. I couldn't close my hands. I have pictures on my phone somewhere. When I start like going through it on here, um, it'll be, and like I haven't played guitar in a while, but I still have calluses. Mainly on my middle finger. Huh, that's when I actually just noticed that. That's funny. Because my right hand is the hand I use most. That's on the left hand, which I use for strings. It's from the guitar. Huh. I need to get back onto that. I could tune it. Because, God, it's like going on a year since I play guitar. Every now and then I pick it up to play. But, I just miss having an acoustic so much. Like, I even want to stop at a pawn shop and get like a $50 one or something, anything. Won't be able to afford a piano for a while, but I've already accepted that. Acoustic, it's just you you don't need anything to play it. Like, and I can go into the corner of the yard and like I guess I mean I could do that with an electric guitar too. It's just it's obviously not the same and it's so quiet and I don't know, I love how self-sufficient a good old acoustic guitar is. Yeah. Still trying to look for a cello though. That's the one instrument I've always wanted to play and learn anything involving a cello. I just really like it. The only like cello celloist I could think of is Arthur Russell, who is I suppose you would say anti-disco, although he has like a country album and a few different directions. He actually lived down the hall from Allen Ginsberg for a while, and allegedly he fed him electricity and through an extension cord. But Arthur Russell is he plays cello and has a lot of sick beats, very DIY um, style of music. He passed shortly after his from HIV, but beautiful, brilliant human being. And I really like his music, and I'm glad that they made a documentary about him finally. So he's actually not necessarily part of the mainstream, but like Daniel Johnston, like went from like hyper outsider to um a cult classic and the like an instant cult classic like while he was still alive and young in the 90s, and then Wayside, and then again in the early 2000s, 2010s. Um, within the hipster movement, if you will, which, again, I don't mind any of that stuff because I find a lot of good music from these directions. And, yeah, like, I'll never have a TikTok, but I've found some really dope music and videos and, like, stuff like that. And, Yo-Yo Ma. What? That's one of those words I say a lot, but I have no idea what it is. That's what yo-yo, that's what? That's yo-yo. I hear that all the time. Like another one is Jabonawanga. I always think of that word, Jabonawanga, and I know what that one is. It's an old skate video that Christina's friend made in the late 80s, early 90s, and I think it's on YouTube, and it's set to the Bee Gees. And Yo-Yo Ma is a cellist. Oh, okay, so it's not celloist. I learn something new every day. I had no idea. I know when I talk to my mom next, it's gonna be the first thing that comes out of my mouth. Did you know Yo-Yo Ma was a cellist? I had no idea. Honestly, couldn't even have been able to tell you if it was a person or not. I just it's one of those like word combinations that stick with you, even if you hear it only once. And Jabonawanga. And douche LaRouche. I can't get that out of my mind. Like, douche LaRouche. Um, Again, I think Christina's friend said it or something, and like, she told me that, and then he said, and that just that one time hearing it, I can't forget about it. Douche LaRouche. There's another one, but it's a little more. Uh, the wife in Curb Your Enthusiasm, not Larry David's wife, but his like manager's wife, Judy, I think. But she called David a cock sucker, mother fucker, and I died laughing for some reason. Like the rhyming and I just word combinations sometimes get the best of me. Um, uh, yeah, that lady cracks me up. She's like, in person, I'm a relatively quiet and reserved person, so I like hot-tempered, like people, like characters. It just cracks me up. Like, I don't see like there's shows every now and then I do like partake in. So, Curb Your Enthusiasm for some reason. I can't stand Seinfeld. Seinfeld is one of the cringiest shows like I've ever seen in my life. And turns out X-Files 2, I'm so disappointed in that show. I decided I was gonna watch all the episodes consecutively. That show makes zero sense. One day they're like, "Oh my God, aliens are real," and it's like a government thing, and the next day it's like some totally unrelated, like Twilight Zone's got more flow, and every episode of that is a different story. And this is the same story, but like it doesn't have any. You don't have to watch the episode before the episode. Every episode is just they do whatever the heck they want with because zero flow. And Seinfeld, I think I liked it when I was younger, but I'm not sure. I like The Nanny. I love The Nanny a lot. um, yeah, cartoons. There are quite a few cartoons that I still to this day like early SpongeBob, perfect. Courage the Cowardly Dog is another one. Sailor Moon, obviously, and Shin Chan, hysterical, and I'm sure there are more. And I will watch anything, especially like new movies and stuff, because I feel like it's more of an Easter egg hunt for symbolism and stuff like that. And like I did see Angels and Demons recently with Tom Hanks or whatever. Dude creeps me out for some reason. I don't know why. There's something about Tom Hanks that creeps me out. Kevin Spacey too, and I've been saying that for years. He's in one of my favorite movies of all times, and it's Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. I'm obsessed with Savannah, Georgia. Like, if I don't retire in Savannah, Georgia, then I did my entire life wrong, because that's my biggest goal. I have no interest in living there right now, but the future. Savannah, Georgia, Shin Chan, hell yeah. Like, that show, it's brilliant. And how they're drawn, it's just, it shows you there are no rules in art, and you can depict something in any way you can possibly, yeah, I love it. Um, Brilliant in every way. And, um, shoot. um, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Nobody's ever heard of this movie. I haven't really met a lot of people who know this movie, and like I feel weird because like you know how somebody like that's like a basic like, oh, what's your favorite movie? It's always going to be Midnight in the Garden of Evil. But what about Kevin Spacey? Are you uh like uh defending Kevin Spacey? No. It is of my personal belief that every actor is L. Like, I don't, I like none of them, okay? Like, not a single one. Maybe besides Keanu Reeves and James Spader's voice. But they bug me out. I just, I'm genuinely creeped out by actors. They just creep me out. Weird people. Um, and we keep getting into these, like, who am I even defending my statements to? Like, I don't, nobody's like, okay. Uh, it is of my belief that they're all pieces of dung in their own right. And, the ones we know are either did a no-no and, like, there's, they've been, like, kind of thrown to the wolves. Cause there's so many actors you hear, like, these horrific things that they do, and they're just going on normal life. And then all of a sudden, it will be, like, one, like, actor that, like, just, I don't know, like, good. I'm glad he got his, what was coming to him. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is they're all pieces of dung, and it's not going to keep me from watching my favorite movie in the entire world. Half the cast in that movie are true Savannah natives, including Shibley. And yeah, it's just the greatest movie of all time. And Kevin Spacey plays a murderous gay Southern gentleman, like with a sugar baby who he ends up like unaliving. And that's the whole thing. He did go to jail for it. Based on a real story, the actual dude that really put Savannah on the historical map, because was kind of dingy when he got there, and just a collector. And that character isn't whatever Spacey. He was also a piece of dung, but I like it because I like Savannah, and it's the best movie. Best movie of all time. First time I watched it, I couldn't stand it. It was the most boring movie in the world, but I was also like 9, and I love that movie so much. Anyway, Savannah is just like the best. I haven't been to many places. I've been to Colorado. I tried to move to Colorado last 3 months, and been to Georgia and like North and South Carolina driving through it, but Savannah is just. I really want to go to Louisiana next. Louisiana is like the #1 state I've always wanted to visit, but Savannah, Georgia is #1 for me. Hmm, I've yet to hear that one. Super Milk Chan. Super Milk. Oops. Oh my god, I can't type. Oh wow. Is that milk coming out of her mouth? I already identify with this. Um, I really like drinking milk. It's one of my favorite drinks, and apparently not a lot of people like milk and think it's absolutely disgusting to watch somebody drink so much of it. Like, like I chug milk, and it sounds so weird, but also so freeing to say that. And then once I think SNL was on at my apartment, and she was making fun of somebody. She's like, "Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to go chug some milk." And I don't really laugh, but no, I haven't laughed at the show in a while because it's just like all there's a reason. I know nothing's on purpose on TV, but it's not. The purpose isn't to laugh anymore. It's like it's just sinister feeling watching SNL now, and I laughed so hard. It scared the shit out of everybody who was in my apartment at the time because I was in the other room. And I didn't hear anything else in the sketch other than, hold on, I have to be back. Gotta choke some milk. Because I've said that before in real life. hmm But I'll definitely check that out. I actually was on a kind of a like a animated series binge last night on YouTube trying to find as many like seasons of stuff. I don't want to just find one episode and then like not be able to find anything else. So just finding stuff I could find a ton of, and came across a lot of good shows that I would have never seen otherwise. And like I think I just looked up like anime full series and cartoon full series, and found a lot of stuff. Let me see. I don't know if I saved any of it. This is a few days ago, so it's gonna be buried. It was like this like quaint little witch show. I mean, 5 years ago would have I just love We Are Change. Like every day, it disappeared when I was about to read it out loud. It's one of the only other places that I could find any form of um like the stuff that nobody wants to talk about type of stuff, like, and he, oh my, like it's, love the dude, but I can't afford Luke Uncensored right now. And now most of the I get like he'll be taken off of YouTube or demonetized for a lot of the stuff that he wants to say. But the whole thing's just a dang ad for Luke Uncensored. I want to see that big buff body with the tiny little Luke head. Like I see that in my dreams at this point. And like um like even if, yeah, this is huge. They did it. It's happening. It's a big deal. They knew about it. They're hiding. Global world order. They can't hide it. It's happening. It's confirmed. They are trying it. Unexpected decision. Unexpected. I didn't expect that one. Unexpected decision. They're gonna do it. it'll happen to her. They know. It's real. I love a good, like, TikTok trend or whatever. You just type a random number, all of the, like, thumbnail titles from Weird Change. It's real now. They know. It's coming. It won't stay hidden. They do it anyway. It's working. They're here. Can they get away with it? This will spiral. According to plan. 2022. I guess, yeah. I do genuinely like that dude though. Um, yeah. And, but I do get a kick out of that. Easily entertained. I can't get over that Yo-Yo Ma's a cellist. Like, Yo-Yo Ma, like, wherever you may be, let your wind blow free, for it was gas on the belly that killed unalived poor me. I'm not gonna be good at this. Not even that bad or vulgar or anything. It's just little things. Like I remember I brought my friend live on Instagram and I just paused. I didn't even say anything because I don't care what anybody says and like their Instagram lives. She picked up on it and she's just like, F that shit. You know what? Just like she gets so upset. I love it. I like people who say I have cojones to say like what's on my mind, but you know, like when you're in like a crowd and like something happens and nobody wants to say it sucks, and you just hear one person's like scream, "That sucks," or something like that, and you're like, that's the person I want to hang out with. I don't drink beer, but I'll take you for one. So valuable. I made a Pinterest. Don't know if anybody still uses Pinterest. I use Pinterest all the time, and not by choice. I actually had to start using Yandex because when I look up the things that I want to look up, like, um, let's see, needlepoint patterns, it'll all be dead YouTube or Pinterest links, like just the picture, because Pinterest is just like the picture. Sometimes like it'll have a working website link, but more times than not, it goes nowhere, and you can't even like visit where the picture is from. And so I found that Yandex actually like almost avoids Pinterest links. They don't come up and as bad as Google. And that's when I came up with my joke because like I have a Google Pixel and it's like, dang, I obviously need or this phone sucks. I want a Yandex Polygon because like I think it's hysterical. I my best joke by far. Yeah, I haven't gotten much of a response from that one. But that's one thing I never hear anybody talk about is dead Pinterest links. It's like they rule Google's crafts like area by far. It's all like look up a craft thing and look at all the images. It's all from Pinterest. And you can't like save images from Pinterest. I mean on the computer maybe, but on the phone no. And I could save it. I could pin the images, but sometimes I need a little more information than a photograph. Um, I enjoy pretty pictures, but so I have a habit of screenshotting everything and then using Google Lens to find it that way. And Yandex ended up being way better. Oh, I've been trying to avoid this. I have to go to the bathroom. I just realized. Oh, I like how it looks. It's a birdie for skeet shooting. Found one that was not hit, so the bullet must be still shooting through our skies. Florida could get pretty rowdy, so like 4th of July, stay inside. I just know there's so many people. That happened to a lady. She was on the boat, like watching fireworks, and all of a sudden she felt warm liquid on her face, and it's because of what goes up must come down, and sometimes they go through people, and I overthink, and like the animals are always freaking out, so somebody's got to do it. Somebody's gonna be inside playing therapist. Yeah, I actually found it. Will's drone, DJI Mini 2, um, just disappeared. Like the service disappeared, the video cut. There was something wrong with the drone itself. It didn't die or anything like that. And so we had to go in the thick of the swamps. Like no like roads around, just like swamp. Thankfully it was like during the drought season, and because we would have been walking through water, and you see all these like grassy areas, all the grass was pushed down. That's where the gators sleep, and wild. Got a few pictures of it, but not many. And I found this there, and I thought it would be good for pots, like little potted plants, because I don't have any of those plates. I end up with pots from all over the place, but I don't have any dishes. But yeah, I actually ended up finding the drone because it does have a GPS, so you can track it, but it's never like completely accurate. Like if it's showing it's right here, it might be like right behind you. And just it took 2 days to find it too. We walked, and it was really far. I mean, the thing could go 5 miles, so it was really far. And uh, after digging in the bushes over and over again and getting so close to that point, I I got something was flying in my face, something huge. So of course I didn't want to freak out over that where I was, because where I was there definitely could have been gators or snakes. I was like in the brush of a swamp that there's like no footprints, no tire tracks, like nobody's back there. And so I ran out of that, and uh you know, got my little thing over with and turned around and it was right there. So if that thing didn't attack my face, I probably would have found it, the next day or something. Hell yeah, milk cheers. I love milk. Like, God, it's one of those things, and it's just so strange that people like. I don't know. I thought we were all raised on milk. It's such like a classic, common thing. I do think it's funny that all that Beyond Meat is on sale, and it is always on sale. Like they move the entire supermarket around for this stuff, and it just I've never seen it sold out. Maybe it's because the area, but I'm sure like in the towns it's really popular. I do like veggie patties, like veggie burgers, but veggie patties by like real bean patties or sweet potato patties, like, and that's just because I do like vegetables. I love vegetables, and like a sweet potato burger is really good, but not like like seitan and all these like other soy derivatives. I don't know if seitan is a soy derivative, but I feel like it is. What else would it be? I do like fermented soybeans though, and I do like soybeans. What the hell is seitan? Anytime I like, what is Satan? Seitan. Wheat gluten. That just sounds like you can't digest it. Wheat gluten. Vegetable protein. Stretchy meat-like texture. Mmm. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to harm an animal for food. Like, I could fish. Every time I catch something, I feel bad. Um, I love food. I enjoy fishing though, even though when I do catch something, I feel bad. And yeah, I stopped going with people because I watched my friends cut the jaw of a fish open to get the hook out and stuff like, and there's just me like looking at this guy asking like, why is this happening? Um, and that was one of the most traumatizing things I've ever seen because like, yeah, it's shitty that like it's like creatures being ripped up by its face just to be thrown back in, but it's so like it's one foul like one swift movement and it's unharmed. Like that black dahlia-ing this thing, and that was the last time that I went fishing with anybody that wasn't a fisher person. Like, mm-mm. Which is a shame, because I love, what's the Mexican street corn, elotes? I actually made an OnlyFans, but instead of porn, it was corn, and it was just elotes. It's probably still up. If you look up elotes on OnlyFans, there should be a photo of my corn. I miss with so many people. Like, dude, friends I've known for years. Hey, I finally made an OnlyFans. They're like, oh yeah? I sent him that corn. Soft poor corn. Soft poor corn. But, yeah, elotes. And it sounds like wretched if you like describe it this way. It's corn with mayonnaise, cheese, and chili, lime, salt. And the mayonnaise always supposed to be lime mayonnaise, it's totally different. Um, kind of. If you make like the Thousand Island type dressing with lime mayonnaise, it tastes just like the stuff that they use for tostones, and that stuff is fire. I live in South Florida, so there's a lot of Spanish markets and Spanish cuisine just about everywhere. Thank God, because nourishment. Like, God, I remember when I was in high school, like, I went to this place, there's like this little part of Lake Worth where it's predominantly Spanish businesses, and there's this one market for $3.50. You got a huge plate of rice, but with chicken, a ton of chicken on top, like insane amounts of food. And it was $3.50. And then I liked the flea markets for Dollar Taco Day. They have this really cool grill. It looks like a Aztec pyramid, how it's like the four flat sides. And I mean, obviously they have four flat sides, Jesus. Um, the top is flat, and the top is where you do the grilling, and when it's done, you push it down the sides of the pyramid, and then there's like a pile of it all ready to go, and then another person like it's all different meats and stuff, and you can choose which one. Because there's always choices. It's incredible, and the amount of food is just amazing. In high school, I had I have an oil drum that I used as a grill, and like everybody would be buying beer and a specific green plant matter, and I would be buying vegetables from like the Spanish markets, because people gotta eat, and yeah, it was really quiet. I hardly like I was just very quiet, so everybody would be partying, and I'm like in a quiet corner, like grilling a mass amount of food, and it was always brilliant because like yeah, you gotta eat, and I still know all the edible. I used to forage a lot, like in Florida there's sea grapes, mangoes, Florida cherries, different greens. Mulberries, of course, and I knew where a ton of mulberry trees were, kumquats, citrus, but not a lot of citrus in people's yards anymore. Not over like canker or something like that. Is disease wiped out like all the citrus trees, and like a lot of us that grew up in Florida, like remember there was an orange tree in the yard, dead orange tree, and it's the generation before us that remembers picking oranges out of the yard, and like eventually my grandpa's just fell over, whole tree just fell over, and a lot of edibles. There's a lot of edibles. And like uh beautyberry, I learned that one from the I used to steal my dad's beer to bring it to the homeless people in the downtown area. And I learned so much from it. I learned that like instantly how to make wine out of beautyberries and how to apparently tell the sex of a tree by holding a crystal above a leaf. If it goes in circle, it's a female tree. If it goes back and forth, it's a male tree. Stuff like that. And also that Vietnam was 17 years and not 10. And how soldiers used to check for earwax. Not really, I know, but it's information. It's a fact. That's really gnarly. I can't believe I just shared that information. Hmm. And still to this day, I pretty much predominantly talk and connect to with older people. I have very few friends my own age. Surprisingly, Will and I are born in the same year, and he's the older person that I know is my age. Um, it's just I always have more valuable conversations and learn more. Like I don't get the kids these days, like just straight shitting on you, like the whole boomer thing, like. Okay, somebody could be a boomer. Why don't you like ask them what music they remember coming out and stuff like that? If you value your elders, you get way more information from days that you will never experience, and that puts you ahead, in my opinion. Like, yeah, I do find a lot of music on TikTok, but so much of it is stuff that I've known my whole life. Like, it blew my mind that people like were just finding out about Kate Bush. Like she's a huge household name, like and she's everywhere because of that one song. Uh Stuff like that. I did download some music apps though, because I want to start making beats. Will's really good at making beats. I think it's because he's a programmer. He's so good with patterns and stuff like that. Um, he has never played an instrument in his life. He's better at rhythm. Than I am. I'm tone deaf, tune deaf, all that. Just determined, and I just enjoy playing. I do want to charge that real quick. So let me get a tuning app on here. I usually use Guitar Tuna, only because that's what I'm familiar with. And I recently deleted it to make room, but anytime I need it, I just re-download it. And then probably going to. Well, I know I'm gonna be up working on stuff all night, so I might go live on Instagram. But I'm streaming on Will's phone, so I have to give him his phone because he works tomorrow. Yay. I have a Gibson Hummingbird, but the thing broke. The neck part is snapped. So now I only have a Telecaster. I have a bass too, but my bass. I mean, we were discussing it 2 days ago when I brought out the banjo, which I think is still laying around in here. Um, my fingers are too weak for the bass that I have, and it's just really long Ibanez. It's either in this closet or out there somewhere, but my fingers are just too weak for that. And I know only this time. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Uh, oops. Um, the strings are original strings from like when my dad originally got it, like 10 years before I was born, and I don't want to change them. I know they're dry rotted and like frozen, but I don't want to change them. I had the original strings on the Hummingbird too, and I really liked how it sounds, and I let somebody use it, and they were like, "Oh, can I use this?" And I was like, "As long as you don't change the strings, okay, that's fine." The second before they used it, I like go to the bathroom, come back out, they're changing the fucking. I'm reliving the moment all over again. They're changing the strings, like clearly still upset about that. I asked for so little. Probably not. But yeah, no, I took great offense to that. How did I drink all that coffee already? Damn it, I'm gonna have to get more. Oh yeah, I wanna get my. Whoa, really? How long have I been on? 3 hours? No shit. Yeah, I keep trying to get on earlier, but it's just not working. And it's the days that like I really prep to get on earlier that I end up going on later. Like 2 days ago, I was on at like 1 in the morning, which really makes no sense. And like I don't know. I was wondering. I don't know if it's a dumb question, but if you use like if I signed on to like YouTube.fr like France, would I be broadcasting to only France? I get that it's like a I don't know. How do you target certain countries? I don't know. And well, let me grab my guitar in a little bit. I'm right with this damn plexiglass drink. I'm gonna trigger my stress response system. Gotta fix that. Fix that. This is Christina's guitar strap. I totally forgot to send her a picture. That's gonna blow her mind. So I don't have to go into permissions and do the. I don't know how accurate this is. Like I said, I'm tune deaf. I suppose. I used to be able to tune guitar by ear. I was really good at it. But my parents' house got broken into, which I think I know who it is. I'm just waiting for a confession. I still got the blood evidence, and I'm not too old to kick some ass. And yeah, like closest thing I have to a brother. Oh, well, I know. Just tell me if you run into this. Mother trucker. I forget. It was Beats Masters. Oh, anyway, long story short, I stopped playing guitar for years after that because come from a quite broke family. Couldn't really get another one. This has to be like wrong. Oh, I'm an idiot. Same tuned up. I didn't even like hear that the tone wasn't changing. That's why I feel good enough. Can't hear it at all. I hate this thing. My fingers fail me. It's been like, I want to say a whole year. I think I picked it up the other day because when I was moving stuff around, I had to move the guitar. happened? Alright. Forget everything so easily. This is probably really painful to watch. Oh my god. It's, Alkaline Trio. That's what it is. No. I think I know one pinback thing. I must also have some bad memory. Dang. Oh, it's over here. It's supposed to like, like that. You're supposed to hear that little jerk, but I can't do it. Oh my god. I can't do it. I can't do it. Ow. Why can't I do it? Why is it so difficult? What? What am I doing? What did I do different? Okay, so it is there. I am so confused right now. I keep touching that string. Oh, so much. Oh, I'm not flattening my finger enough. Oh, and I'm touching the string. Ow. Oh, it's been a minute. But to be fair, I can never play this for some reason. My fingers just don't do the things I want them to. Please don't. Everybody has a dead starfish. I mean, goldfish. Uh, my goldfish, I won it from a fair, and it got really, really big. Um, Big enough that it thought it could eat both feeder fish. Got one. Second one must have still been alive because when I went to go feed it in the morning, it was split in two. And the feeder fish was still like swimming around. hmm I can't use picks. For some reason, I just can't. Like, they fly out of my hands, and I can't play them so they're quiet. And I play like on just that sound, like a bicycle wheel or something. I just did that. I was hoping that my fingers would have been well practiced after that, because I do like it's something hours, night hours. Um, God, I can't even remember her name. Oh no, what's the drummer of Velvet Underground? Oh, I just had it. No, Mae West. What's this? Uh, Mo Tucker. Could have been why. For some reason, it translated it to Muck Tuck. After Hours is the name Muck Tuck. What? Uh. So it's like, we close the door, the night can last forever. It's just one of my favorite pleasant things to play. Um, then I made this in middle school. It just kind of repeats itself, but that's it though. Um, oh yeah. Can't remember. I that song that I mentioned earlier by the Mexican artist Juan Gabriel, Hasate Kenosi. I think I'm missing a word or two in that. Learned like the basic chords that travel without the song, or that exist without the song. I guess exist about the song. I don't know how I want to say that, but and the lyrics. Um, and the reason why I like to learn songs in other languages, because I have far more confidence actually, like, because I don't sing anyway. I kind of like just I can't. I really can't. Um, and I I don't think I've even ever played guitar in front of people, because like this setup is different. I'm technically like in a room by myself. If I try to play guitar in front of like somebody that's actually sitting there, my body won't let me, like it rejects itself. Like um very bad stage fright. I actually tried to get rid of my stage fright by um what's it called? Auditioning for a play. And it was a 1950s style play, and I dressed the part because I collect vintage clothes. So I had every glove, the whole nine yards. Everybody else is like wearing yoga pants and black t-shirts, and but they could also like sing really well, and they're like on stage belting their lungs out. And I thought you could kind of do whatever as audition. Turns out you just go up and sing a song, and there's like a piano guy that sits there and plays the song for you, and I'm up on a stage by myself with these like 4 or 5 people just staring at me in this like dark theater, and they're like, "What are you gonna sing?" I had no idea. So they chose a song for me, and it was an Elvis song. I didn't know the lyrics, so they told me the lyrics. Obviously, I forgot them as soon as they came out of their mouths, and I just sat up there belting lyrics that I was making up on the top of my head. Obviously, I did not get the part, did not even get a call back, but I did it. It's something I just would have never done, and just, that's why I did it. But I think that's E. E is my favorite chord. And A minor, if I remember that, because I think this is A and that's A minor. I have really bad memory of these things. I'm self-taught and all this stuff, so I obviously have my own like idiosyncratic way of like going about thing. Where it is? Oh, I guess I know it. I think it was AFI. Days of the Phoenix. Okay, well, it's three. Oh my god, I thought it was still in the twos. Alright, since it's in the threes, let me get Will his phone back. Thank you all for stopping by, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Self-Destruction, for hanging out. I didn't really have any plans today, and was kind of dreading coming on because of that reason. I mean, the title of this video is Wearing a Pinback Shirt Live. I had nothing today, like at all, but this was actually very enjoyable, and I was dreading it all day, and I had no reason to. Thank you for everything, and I shall return tomorrow, hopefully with um, some helpful tips and tricks in whatever I decide to make, because I am no gatekeeper when it comes to crafting or any of my interests. Um, and I discovered there is not a lot of information about the stuff that I want to put up, and I know I keep saying that, and I haven't done it yet. I want to start editing, but I just got this, and this bad boy has been playing Sailor Moon movies, free ones on YouTube, the past 2 days, and I just have it on in the background. and I don't have to put it in my pocket, and I just have like I can't I haven't had a computer in like 8 years, and when I had a computer, it was not linked to the internet. If I wanted the internet, I had to walk like down the street to get onto a Wi-Fi network. Amy Howard, if you're out there, thank you. Thank you for making a guest network that I was able to use all the time. Not really all the time. Anytime that I felt like it in me to walk down to the corner. Because, like, I couldn't do anything. And all, like, jobs is like, oh, you have to go online. I'm like, banned from the library. I'm not really banned from the library. I just, I live on a few blocks. And I'm actually going to do it because I value the library so much. But when I moved to Colorado, a friend of mine said that they were going to return my books for me, and they did. And I forgive. And yeah, but like 4 hours, wow, that's insane. It does not feel like I genuinely thought was gonna look down and it was gonna be like 2:34 or something, not 3:24. It's wild, and I don't know. This was probably one of the best decisions I've been saying I was gonna start a YouTube for years now, and like oh god, I wish I started it back then because I was always exploring like abandoned buildings and stuff like that. And oh, I'm not. It's not that I'm too nervous these days. Can never find anybody who wants to go in abandoned buildings. And I'm just like a little more wary doing. I used to go in abandoned buildings with headphones on by myself as a like teenage girl. Don't know how I survived those days, but um, yeah, I'm here to tell the tale at least. And I never got in trouble or anything. I'm not even scared of that. It's like God, just like muggings are like at an all-time high. My quaint little beach town I grew up in, haven't been there in forever. But carjackings are the new regular thing to be expected. I mean, not like I don't think I should keep anybody from going there, but that was just so bizarre to me. Like yikes. It's not something I want to. And I'm borderline agoraphobic anyway, so I hardly leave uh, my house. Not complaining. What is that? You lightning bug? No. Oh, you got dust stuck on you. Hold on. Hello? Yeah, I think I. No? Oh, there you go. This little flying insect has dust all over its wings. Got one more piece. I see it trying to kick it off with its feet. That's another thing too. I always get into conversations like and I was like back alleys. Like I used to walk down these back alleys and open the doors. There's this area called Clematis and this place called West Palm and this other place called Florida. And I liked walking through the alleys and going into all these. And once my most notable find is found a stairwell. Couldn't resist. Went up stairwell, another stairwell, and then it was this Egyptian themes. Like maybe you rented it out for like quinces or something or weddings, and it was so cool. I couldn't find any light switches to turn the lights on or anything like that, so I just kind of like uh either used the back. I didn't have a cell phone, so I used like the use the like the screen of the camera, and usually had a headlamp on me, but not that time. What's happening? Oh, that's such a smart thing to do. Keep doing that. He's like jumping and it's getting like, is it on you still? Got you. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. You should be good now. That was pretty cool. He was jumping and like with his feet grabbing this little piece of dust that he had on him. I don't see any more dust on the guy. You're walking into a piece of cat hair. Okay. Alright. Well, thank you. I'm gonna bring this guy outside because I'm gonna find. Oh, he's flying. Oh, you saw that? I just did the edit because he just fell out of midair and I had my hand out and he fell right. Oh, I'm staring into like a naked light bulb. That was something else. I, that was so sweet. Sweet. Alright. Like Green Dane says of eattheweeds.com and Toodles, and like Pinback says in the song Rousseau on the album, this is a Pinback, I forgot, CD, the drones are near. And they said that like 10 years ago. The drones are near. The drones are near. That's how they say it. Okay. Alright. Happy trails, and I'm gonna finally watch this lovely man's stream. I don't know why I get such a kick out of this human, but he's just got cojones. And not like cojones, like, because I feel like he's kind of like a P word. Like, if he was confronted right away, right? But he's got, I'm looking for people with cojones to speak because we're being stifled. And I don't mean we, like a specific group of people, I mean human beings. It's like the worst thing in the world to have an opinion right now, like, which I think is absolutely out of control weird. Like, if somebody has a different opinion, ask them why they think that, and like, learn something. And I don't mean to change your view. I just you learn something about somebody else. Like, I like not only my opinions, but I like being aware of other people's opinions too and why they have them. Because if I don't think this way, like somebody else will, I don't know, it's just more fulfilling or something. Like, kind of everybody here like is good at something. Some people are good being a center of attention. Some people are good at placing the centers. Like, some people like talking, some people don't. Some people really enjoy organizing, and some people like absolutely can't. And that's why there's, I don't know, it's I guess like a way of looking at like career paths and choices. And I don't know, like people have something that other, how am I gonna say this? We're all good at something. We're all interested in something. Like, I like the things that people have interest in that without thinking about it, like innate interests or something like that. Huh. Innate interests. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. It's just, why am I trying so hard not to say like we're all here for a reason? It's because I can't get over this, like, this cynicism of like myself. Like, I'm a very cynical person, but at the same time not. Um, I just uh I love human emotions, but sometimes I don't know. I feel like like I don't know. I was told to control my emotions once when I was a kid. I think it's still necessary. So anytime I say something, I don't even like. Yeah, we're all here for a reason. I don't know why that's so hard for me to say. And yeah, pay attention to your favorite things because I feel like they mean something or something. Like you feel like a certain color, like I don't know, find out why or something. Okay. Happy trails. Thank y'all. Have a good night, Mr. Self-Destruction. Um, have a good night and all that. Thank you.